Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying there's all that. There's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, envy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. We're continuing this experiment with a second vertical stream running in parallel to the traditional horizontal stream. So patience as I work out the kinks. I know right now the youtube.com /@riverboatjack/live link goes to the vertical stream. There is a link in Riverboat Chat right now that goes to the horizontal stream. I think I now have it figured out for next time how to avoid that from happening and how we can redirect to the horizontal stream for you non live short viewers. But in the meantime, we got to make do with what we got. I like it horizontal because I watch on my TV. Well, exactly. The point being is that the vertical stream is not supposed to take anything away from any of you. It's supposed to add. It's supposed to bring in new folks who wouldn't otherwise see the content from the short feed. See how that's going. And just some preliminary results. The horizontal feed yesterday got it got decent traction, a few thousand views. The vertical stream got 14,000. So we're gonna continue ironing out the kinks on that one because it seems to it seems to be getting some attention. We'll see how it goes. Digging the 8-bit Houndstooth cow print. I like it. I like Houndstooth. I think it's cool. Let me finish tweeting this out or skeeting it out. I told you to keep the vertical. Well, I had been keeping the vertical, but what I've been finding is that the vertical stream from the horizontal being auto cropped was just not doing very well. And so I figured I figured I would experiment a little bit. And mods, do pay attention to the vertical stream chat. Because I am allowing that to be a kind of Wild West, as it were. I want to keep the horizontal stream chat clean. The vertical stream chat I would also like to keep clean, but might get overwhelmed at some point. I don't know exactly what this. We're experimenting. We're experimenting. We're trying to figure out how this works. New format gives me new avenues to be mean to chuds. Hell yeah. I like the fighting spirit. I'm watching all of the chats. Thank you very much, Ashley, Jay Curtis, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. It's for the youngs, won't watch everything on their phones, and for some of a not insignificant number of olds.
It's cool if more important things are going on, but I was looking forward to this.
Oh, we're definitely getting to spirit science. We are just going to cover some of the prerequisite content bits, because things keep thinging. Specifically, I want to cover the following. There's a short blurb about a Democrat running in Texas that I want to talk about. I also want to talk about the fucking insane reason Donald Trump tried to invade Iran. Tried to attack Iran. And I want to talk about Thomas Massie and kind of what's going on in that race. And I want to talk about the slush fund because we got to talk about the slush fund. It's just those are the four things. I don't think it will take us actually that long to get through all of those stories, but I do think we have to talk about those. We got some additional stuff as well, but we'll see if we get to that after the Atlantis stuff. All right. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg, and a little selfie of me. There we go. On YouTube, I had to unsubscribe and resubscribe to get alerts again, which was weird. I'm wondering if it's maybe because of the stream change. No, it's not because of that. You might have to press the little bell icon on the YouTube channel. I gotta be honest, YouTube keeps changing up a whole lot of things on how it's serving up content or alerting people to content. So do make sure if you are missing alerts, click the little bell icon. It should help you out. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da. All right, let's see. I want to make sure everything is groovy on the various channels. All right. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. And you know what? If you guys hit 25 subs, I will let my hair down. It'd look good. Or $5 equivalent. Hello, Andrew S.
How's your night been? It's been weird watching primaries, but seeing Rab get the denomination brought a smile to my face.
Yeah, my night has been very busy. I finished working last night around 6 a.m. I fell asleep, got up at like noon, and I've been in a nonstop sprint of doing things since then. And tomorrow is going to be somewhat similar. So like I am very much just I've been doing things, and so I have not been paying super close attention to the results tonight, sadly. But we'll try and catch up tomorrow on a lot of that stuff. Yes, we are doing spirit science today, Anime Sidekick Gal. You are correct. Damn, I just followed on Twitch and have to wait 10 minutes. Yeah, you could also just like subscribe on the YouTube horizontal and wait 5 minutes, or go over to riverboat.gg and wait no minutes. Let's see. Hey, Dr. Ben. Let's see. Yeah, spirit science. We're going to be covering some genuinely cuckoo bananas brain rot. All right. We are going to start out by talking about... Okay. We're going to talk about this. So, folks, I want to really address something that I've been seeing circulate, and I do think that we need to have a serious discussion about ops, frankly. A lot of folks within within Democratic circles don't quite realize that the GOP is constantly planning ops to make the left look bad, right? To either plant people in order to make protests look more violent, or to plant people to spread stories about insane leftist rhetoric, etc., right? Like we know that happens. We know that happens not infrequently. But that also happens in politics too. And I want to talk specifically about a campaign that is running in Texas right now. And this seems to be largely a product of like internet manufactured drama. But there is a candidate named Maureen Galindo, right? Who is running for the House of Representatives. And her platform includes some truly awful stuff that some people might not look too deeply into. Some people on the left might not look too deeply into and just wholeheartedly throw themselves into, right? So what exactly is this? Well, first of all, Maureen Galindo, this is great. She's a housing activist. She works to get people housed. That doesn't sound bad. However, she is also someone who I gotta be honest, it seems to be cuckoo bananas. Like she's let's see if I can find like her platform here. Yeah, here we go. So basically, she is running and is saying stuff on social media while talking about herself in the third person, I want to add, talking about how she wants to turn a ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers for human trafficking. And I'm going to provide a direct quote here. It will also be a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists. So, like, I don't know much about the Texas political climate here, but like, I know that there are probably some people who like glazed over some of the things she's been saying, but like advocating that we should turn like a like a concentration camp into a like the eunuch production line from Ice Pirates. That's a deep cut for those of you out there. Like, that's really wild. That's really weird. And it is also worth noting that according to the New York Times, most of the ads that are propping up her campaign at this moment are run out of a political action committee called Lead Left. And, well, basically, what exactly is Lead Left? It's a GOP operation. Like, it was put together by the GOP specifically to boost outsider candidates to fracture, like, the Democratic voting base. This isn't, like, this isn't like a conspiracy theory. That's just like what it is. That's what Lead Left's funding is. That's what their operation and intent is. And what they're trying to do is get a candidate into the race to basically undermine any other Democrats that are going to come in, and then the GOP candidates get to run against a wackadoo crazy person, right? It's basically the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016 paying to put ads for Donald Trump out into the wild to try and boost Donald Trump's campaign because he was an outsider and seen as too wackadoo crazy to actually elect, right? It's just the inverse of the Hillary Clinton campaign. And it's weird. It is... It's deeply weird. Also, when she was asked if she was anti-Semitic, she responded, "I'm not anti-Semitic. In fact, my last serious relationship was with a Jewish man." And like, again, I cannot stress this enough how terrible of an answer that is. Also, it's very clear to me that she's laundering her anti-Semitism, because I'm going to give you guys another quote. Quote, "When I said that the Jews who own Hollywood are doing this, do all Jews own Hollywood? No, the Zionist Jews do. The Zionist Jews own our media, our banks, and all of our politicians." And so, like, this is what I mean when, like, I say, there is real anti-Semitism on the left. This is one of the reasons why when I see folks in chat using terms like Zio, I discourage that. That is the language of fucking David Duke right there. All right? This is why. Like, there is an ongoing effort led by people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to mainstream anti-Semitism by doing exactly what this lady is doing, but from the right. And so I just like we're doing like the Jewish question right here, but from a Democratic candidate. And this getting like pumped up by the conservatives is no surprise to me.
How
But
could I be
like,
fucking the Jews when the last person I fucked was a Jew?
if I mean that's
Thonkers.
that is what she's saying. And like it's always been like a terrible attempt to deflect, right? This is why you gotta you gotta can't ultra leftist too hard in anti-Zionism chat. You just go around the horseshoe theorying and doing JQ. I mean, if you aren't careful, if you aren't engaged in like critical thought, if you are just if you are just like seeing buzzwords and going along with it, that's not a good way to go through politics. You are going to have stunted growth. You are not going to understand what the fuck you're talking about. Right? And it's like if Bad Empanada ran for Congress. Yeah. So, I mean, the good news is folks like James Tallarico in Texas aren't falling for this shit and are refusing to campaign alongside her. But you know, insert Batman meme like snapping the gun. These are the tools of the enemy, and we will not use them. You know, and like I'm just here to tell you, like this isn't a deep dive into this person or anything, but it is here. I am here to tell you, like, stop, stop, breathe, and like actually evaluate candidates based on what they're saying instead of relying on buzzwords and dog whistles from the left to indicate, or virtue signals rather, from the left to indicate like who's legit, you know? So it's I don't know. I guess this is just your warning, chat. We're going into a time where this conflation may in fact become more and more common, and you got to be on your guard against this shit. Okay? You got to be on your guard against this shit because folks like Nick Fuentes, folks like Tucker Carlson, folks like Candace Owens, they're getting more sophisticated with what they're doing and how they're trying to do it. What's the name of the candidate again? This is Maureen Galindo. So, do, of course, tread carefully, friends, because there are a lot of people who are going to be trying to take advantage of your good intentions in order to secure political gain, secure monetary gain, and like it is of the utmost importance that we seek to develop critical thought in order to defend ourselves and inoculate ourselves against shit tier attempts to co-opt the virtuous rage against genocidal movements. All right? All that being said, folks, you gotta get organized. You gotta get organized to kick out those corporate Dems. You gotta get organized to kick out crazies who are seeking to undermine the entire movement. You gotta get involved. You gotta get involved. You gotta get loud. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Organize with local labor. And folks, if you need help, we can get you started. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, you know, what else do you think we should be looking out for? What are the green flags you want to look out for? Maybe that's a better one. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is super comfortable, non-tucking, very sexy lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. There we go. We did it. All right. Look at that. Now, folks, we are actually, believe it or not, about 30 minutes into the show. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button. We got a little button to let you know what to do with buttons. Here you go. Also, shout out to all you fine folks in the vertical chat. How you doing?
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Hell yeah! Kenneth Moyers, thank you for clicking that button. Very much appreciated. Hitting the like button. I know it seems silly, genuinely does help the stream reach more people. Do your part, carry that stream to even greater viewership numbers, okay? We need all the help we can get. We gotta be bigger than Hassan, folks. Bigger than Hassan. And if you don't want to translate it to be bigger than Hassan, you might be transphobic. Does the vertical also have a chat? The vertical also has a chat. It's true. Now, where are we on the likes? Let me take a quick gander here. Woo! Well, we have what the scoreboard has us at, around 250 people watching so far. Only 79 likes. Not even 69 likes. 79 likes. That's chat, you guys can do better. You guys can double that. You guys can double that. Click that goddamn like button. I'm disappointed in you guys. I hope next time we learn, we grow, we do better. Hello, Fennec the Rabbit.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. We're actually now at, ooh, let's fix that on the vertical chat. Ooh, baby. There we go. That's fine. Maybe. There we go. We are at 5 out of 25 subs. We're making our way downtown. And, folks, I did not exercise today. I didn't do it because I did not have the time to do it. And also, my elliptical is making ungodly noises that indicate to me that it needs some routine maintenance. So it's going to get that maintenance in about a week. All right. Are you guys ready to talk about Iran? You guys ready to talk about Iran and the absolutely fucking bonkers shit that is happening? Nima J. Tunes, thank you very much for working out for me. Of course. Hell yeah, Jenny. Here's to you. So, folks, we got to talk about Iran again. I know, keeps happening. Good news on the Iran front, and then some just absolutely mind-blowing news. Good news, the Senate has successfully voted to advance a resolution to end the Iran war. Hooray! Now, bad news is it's just advancing, and it has yet to achieve final vote, right? And the vote succeeded by a vote of 50 to 47, with 3 absences from Republicans. So if those 3 Republicans wind up coming back to Congress, a final vote will not succeed. So that's good news and bad news. The additional bad news is that, again, even if these war powers resolutions do in fact make it through both the House and the Senate, for some reason I cannot fathom, Donald Trump can still veto it. So what we're really looking for is building power not just for passing these resolutions at all, but instead building enough power to demonstrate that there is a significant enough backlash to this illegal and frankly horrific war that effectively we can either put enough pressure on Trump to just end it outright, or get a veto-proof majority in Congress, which is, of course, an incredible feat of organizing. But that being said, an important first step. Now, let's take a look here at the crazy news of the day. And that is this report from the New York Times, which I gotta be honest with you, this is maybe one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. Early war goal was to install hardline former president as Iran's leader. An Israeli strike designed to free Mahmoud Ahmadinejad from house arrest in Tehran, U.S. officials said, was part of an effort to bring about regime change and put him in power. Now, I cannot stress enough to you guys how insane this is, right? Like, Ahmadinejad was basically known as one of the most anti-Western, anti-Israel, anti-American leaders that Iran has had in recent years. Not only that, he hasn't really been a force in modern Iranian politics for years, right? And he came into power back in 2005. Like, this guy was like the #1 hater of America in the war on terrorism era. Wait, he's still alive? Yeah, well, I mean, he might be dead now. He was still alive. Okay? So, what we're looking at here is effectively a plan which apparently included coordination with Ahmadinejad himself. And, yeah, so I remember this because part of our early coverage of the Iran war included his house being bombed, and I thought that was kind of weird, right? Because he doesn't seem like the kind of target you would actually care about if you were bombing high-level strategic targets across Iran on day one. And we talked a little bit about it, but we kind of kept going. And one part of that reporting was that Ahmadinejad was injured in that bombing attack. And so, you know, I didn't really think anything of it. We haven't really heard much about him prior to this or after it. But apparently, he had been coordinating with Israel and the Netanyahu government and the United States into potentially allowing this attack on Iran to leave a power vacuum that he could then rise to fill. Because something that is true is that he has had political ambitions over the last several years. And that has been stifled under the former Ayatollah. What this has in turn done has allowed him to I guess move into this position where he's coordinating to try and retake control over the country, and then I'm not exactly sure what his subsequent steps would have been, because it's just step 2, question mark, question mark, question mark, step 3, profit. But apparently what happened and what upset this entire move is that, one, Israel and the United States deeply underestimated how strong Iranian resistance would be. And number 2, after the initial bombing that was designed to free Ahmadinejad from his house arrest, his injury, apparently, I believe his leg was mangled in the explosion. He apparently changed his mind about wanting to run Iran, and no one has really seen or heard from him since. So we genuinely do not know if he is alive at this moment. We don't know if he's dead. But we do understand now why he disappeared off the face of the fucking earth. Because if he was in if he's in Iran and he's been colluding with both the US and Israel, and there's no coup fomenting to like overthrow the Iranian government, he's like one of the most in danger people in Iran. So I would presume he's like gone to ground, like he is either in hiding or like on the run. But like, this story is so insane. So insane. There is no reason in the world to expect like good-hearted collaboration from Ahmadinejad. Yet again, Israel is caught red-handed trying to prop up enemies of Israel that they feel they can control. It's exactly what they did in Gaza. It's exactly what they did with Hamas. They're doing the same shit, but they were trying to do it on a much larger scale in Iran. It is very, very bizarre. To say that Mr. Ahmadinejad was an unusual choice would be a vast understatement. While he had increasingly clashed with the regime's leaders and had been placed under close watch by the Iranian authorities, he was known during his term as president from 2005 to 2013 for his calls to wipe Israel off the map.
Did you hear about Trump's Bolivia plot? Didn't some comrades take control of an airport or something?
I have heard vaguely about what's been going on in Bolivia, but I need to do more reading. Balls deep, 6969. Nice. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. He was a strong supporter of Iran's nuclear program, a fierce critic of the United States, and known for violently cracking down on internal dissent. So, like, basically every single thing that Donald Trump has claimed this war is about, Ahmadinejad has publicly made his entire career off of doing the things that Donald Trump says he does not want Iran to do. Like, this whole situation makes my head hurt. It is so ludicrous that I can't even begin to fully elaborate on it. And I just, cracking down on internal dissent, fuck that. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, part of what Donald Trump has been saying is like, this is really a war to free Iran from their cruel overlords. And like, you want to put the guy who is known for being an even crueler overlord in charge of Iran. They need to make their lies true. I mean, I guess that is, that might genuinely be it. Like, prop up a devil you know and have some influence over. You know? So, anyway. It just really goes to show how full of shit the Trump administration is. How wildly full of lies everything they do and say is. They thought Donald Trump, again, who was pitched this idea by the Israelis, thought that if we attacked Iran, Ahmadinejad would be able to coalesce a revolution against the current Iranian government, gain power, and then make concessions to the United States. Because again, in the worldview of these despots, you've got this idea that Iranians are just going to cave, they're going to roll over, they're going to show their bellies, and this guy will come in charge, and then people will just accept any and all concessions to the United States' position, and that's not how any military conflict has ever worked. Like, it's genuinely bonkers. U.S. officials spoke during the early days of the war about plans developed with Israel to identify a pragmatist who could take over the country. Officials insisted there was intelligence that some within the Iranian regime would be willing to work with the United States, even if those people couldn't be described as moderates. I can't. Like, the dumbest people alive bought hook, line, and sinker. Because I guarantee you that these ideas did not come from US hardliners. I guarantee you these ideas didn't come from John Bolton adjacent foreign policy hawks. Because while they want to attack Iran, they would never do it to put Ahmadinejad back into power. This would never happen. And I have to imagine this plan came straight from Mossad's deliberately faulty intelligence mechanism just to get Donald Trump to agree to attack. That's what happened here. It's really, really wild. Every single dumbass who got put into the Trump administration just got completely bamboozled by Israeli officials. And I cannot, it's like watching the foreign policy equivalent of a Benny Hill sketch, just running around waving the little batons, except we're the morons. Think the traditional neocons are more sophisticated than this administration. Traditional neocons have been salivating over this potential war for the last 30 years. Right? They all have their ideas of how this would go. And not a single goddamn one of them would be like, yeah, let's work with Ahmadinejad and put him in charge of Iran. So it really does seem to me like just an absolute clusterfuck of incompetence at the highest levels, where people who should know what they're doing would just normally say, no, that's a bad idea, we're not going to do that, all lost their jobs to Donald Trump's podcasting buddies. It's quite stupid. I think Kushner is listening to the Israeli government. Can I be completely honest when it comes to Kushner? I don't think that Jared Kushner has any aspiration outside of being a cipher through which money can flow to the Trump family. That's it. He's not there to do foreign policy. He's there to do political corruption. Everyone is just looting the treasury. Well, Jared Kushner's job isn't to loot the US treasury. Jared Kushner's job is to try and loot corporations and foreign governments. His job is to loot their treasuries, It's quite embarrassing, to be completely honest with you. Anyway, this is just another day in the Trump administration. I don't even know if this is going to become a major story. I don't even know if this is going to have wide-ranging implications. Under normal circumstances, this would be career-ending to everybody involved, right? This is like, we're going to invade Germany and put Hitler back in charge territory. That's what you're looking at here. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how incompetent this is. And every American should be furious that the people in charge of this country are ramming us into a goddamn iceberg every damn day, and we're sinking deeper and deeper into the ocean every day. And you know who's not gonna feel any effect from that? The billionaires who've built their own lifeboats already. Every single Republican is just a sucker carrying water for people who have more wealth than they could ever possibly imagine. Fucking mules for the wealthiest people to ever exist. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing to be a conservative. And I'm glad I never have to feel that embarrassment. All that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And folks, also get organized. We got to get organized. We got to get more organized than ever before, okay? Join your local DSA, join your local Dems. Get your local Dems to be more progressive. Kick out those corporate fuckwads, all right? Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA, organize with local labor. You can be cool as fuck. You can protect your community from AI data centers, from mass DICE agents roaming your streets, from the ability of the utility companies to just suck you dry during the winter or during the hot summer months. You can protect your local water supplies. You can do a whole lot on the local level. Join your local political orgs. Do the things. Show up. And if you don't know where to start, we can help you join your local Dems. We can help you join your local DSA. Join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. You are out of your mind. The Democrats have been milking the taxpayers for decades. They cause everything to get more expensive. It hadn't been for decades. Guess who's making everything more expensive right now, ding dong? It's not Democrats. The biggest fucking price hikes in your lifetime right now because Donald Trump is doing fucking tariffs on all your shit. Donald Trump going to war against oil-producing countries, single-handedly shutting down the Strait of Hormuz to fuck you and your family over. And folks like you will still defend him while looking at him passing a bill that gives trillions of dollars to the wealthiest people to ever exist at your expense, at the expense of your family. And he does that right in fucking front of you, and he thinks that you're stupid, and you actually go along with it and prove that you're stupid. Stop it. Wake the fuck up. I can't believe you guys. It's incredible how much shit you guys will swallow. Like, man. Stop deep-throating those boots and shoving them up your ass. Stop it. You don't have to do that. Have some goddamn dignity. Tariffs have been in place since the Biden administration and the Trump administration and frankly George Washington. If you think that the way Donald Trump imposing 500% tariffs on various countries is normal, you're fucking stupid and you don't know what you're talking about. Tariffs are a tax on you. They are a tax on the American people. You pay the tariff, you stupid dipshit. Not the companies overseas, you. Fuck. You guys are stupid. You pay the tariff. And guess what? You know what was considered a high tariff prior to Donald Trump? Like 5%. Donald Trump was putting 25% tariffs on random shit in order to give handouts to his wealthy fucking friends. And then he just tells what is blatantly a lie if you bothered to look it up for 5 fucking seconds, and you guys swallow it hook, line, and sinker. You stupid motherfuckers need to go back to fucking school. Go get your GED. Please, for the love of God, spare us your idiocy. Spare us the moronic ideas that you haven't even bothered to check because you watched a Fox News segment one time and decided it was God's truth to the earth. Fuck! You morons make me angry. The IRS is unconstitutional. Man, you should represent yourself in court. I'm sure it'll go well. It's crazy. MAGA loves their hopium. I mean, MAGA loves just to eat shit and tell people that it's raining. It's totally normal, guys. Hey, gas has always been like $6 a gallon. I don't know what you're talking about. It's totally normal. Hey, you know those factories shutting down and going overseas? Totally normal. Nothing weird about that. Sure, my town is dying because Walmart moved in and closed down all the mom and pop stores. But you know, that's fine. Whatever. I don't give a shit about small town America. I'm just your average conservative. You only pay the tariff if you buy Chinese crap. Hey, ding dong. Guess who manufactures like all our mechanical parts that we need for more advanced manufacturing in the United States? Guess who makes like critical ball bearings? Guess who makes all of the basic shit that our advanced manufacturing capacity relies on? You stupid fucks don't understand what you're talking about. I know exactly how a tariff works. No, you don't. Jesus Christ. The IRS is actually what drains you of your money. No, it's not. The only people that get drained of their money by the IRS are the wealthiest fuckers to ever live. And maybe you're one of those. I don't know. But it would be the only thing I can think of that would explain your willful stupidity, other than, you know, just being a fucking moron. All right, this has been my anger cleanse of the day. Let's talk about Thomas Massie. Let's open this up. All right. Woo! He has a BS in business? Exactly. Nailed it. All right. See, this is the kind of top-tier content we get when we open up vertical chat, all right? You okay, babe? Yeah. It's nice to get angry at people, you know? Like, there's a basic assumption of good faith that I have when I interact with folks in horizontal chat or Twitch chat or riverboat.gg chat, where I assume people aren't fucking morons, and I assume you're coming in good faith. I don't have to assume that from people coming into vertical chat. All right, you guys ready to jump into our next story? And then we only have one more before we cover spirit science. Y'all ready? Also, before we go, we have been going for an hour. Remember to click the goddamn like button, and also consider supporting the show. Subs, donos, memberships, super chats. You guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without your ongoing support. Appreciate every goddamn one of you. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. We're near this. Thank you for subscribing. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. My cat me dancing to the song? Hell yeah. Okay, here we go. Also, we are halfway to our sub goal of letting my hair down. You need to wear the glasses when you school someone like that? True. I do. Okay, folks. Let's do it. So, folks, I wanted to talk about Thomas Massie, specifically Thomas Massie's primary race that he just lost. He lost it tonight. No other way of sugarcoating it. Pretty definitively lost it. And this is a really bad sign of things to come. I know that, for example, the Young Turks has been pinning a lot of hope that Thomas Massie was going to be able to pull out a victory here, and that there would be a golden era, a spectacular alliance between the sane Republicans and the conservative Democrats. They could come together and the centrists would prevail and secure and save democracy for everybody. And it would go back to like some kind of status quo. That dream is dead, friends. That dream is dead and gone and buried. Because Donald Trump was really, really angry at Thomas Massie for helping to introduce the Epstein Transparency Act, which, worth noting, the Epstein survivors testified in Congress last week, and no new documents are coming out. There are still millions left to release. And the Department of Justice just isn't releasing them. And that is a violation of the law passed by Congress, signed by the president. All of those documents were supposed to be released. All of the redactions were supposed to be explained. And that's not happening. Despite Donald Trump pledging to drain the swamp, despite Donald Trump pledging to release all the files. And yet again, I have to point out, conservatives, he is lying to you. Donald Trump is lying to you. Everyone who works for him is covering for him right now because he has money, he has power, he has the ability to inflict harm on those who oppose him. And this case with Thomas Massie is an example of that, right? It is not only the death of some kind of red-brown alliance scenario manifesting, it's also the death of any kind of meaningful resistance within the Trump world managing to manifest. This is the Republican Party going all in on Donald Trump, on destroying democracy as a functional system. And, like, wait, from what I've read of the release docs, there's enough to charge people. Honestly, do we need the rest of the files to do something? We don't need the rest of the files to do something, but I bring up the rest of the files because legally they're supposed to be released. They were supposed to be released like months ago. They were supposed to be released last year. And the fact that we have what is currently public is great, but it really makes me wonder, what else are they holding back? Who else is being implicated in this who is so important that all the various powers that be at the Department of Justice are risking prosecution to withhold them all?
There's basically no Republican Party anymore. It's just the Trump Party.
I mean, that is the case. Like, the Republican Party is dead. It's dead and gone. There are no Republicans anymore. It's just, are you MAGA? And I mean, like, there is a certain sadness to this, right? But there's also freedom. There is a freedom in recognizing that Republicans are no more, that there is only MAGA, that there is only fascism. And the fact that this fascism has hung its hat entirely on Donald Trump, I think is, yet again, a blessing. Because Donald Trump is old, he is very clearly in severe mental decline, he can certainly do a lot of damage on his way out, but there is no replacement for Donald Trump. Nothing. Like, J.D. Vance cannot replace Trump. Marco Rubio cannot replace Trump. There is no other cult leader waiting in the wings to take over here. And also, I want to say that it is a good thing that Thomas Massie lost, because I think it indicates that Thomas Massie's Hail Mary attempt to, court donors and court voters failed. And I want to take a quick look at the rhetoric he employed here to try and get voters on his side. A message that failed to sway a majority of Republicans, even in a plus 18 Republican district. Let's take a look at just one of his campaign ads.
Eddie Galrine is bought and paid for by the LGBTQ mafia. Far-left trans activist billionaire Paul Singer is bringing his trans madness to Kentucky. Singer is spending millions to remove Massie. The gay mafia will own woke Eddie.
And over a period of time, I and my team became quite friendly with legacy gay rights groups, including hardcore Democrats.
Paul Singer is a major pro-gay, pro-trans activist who works with far-left hardcore Democrats.
And I became very interested in being a funder of gay rights groups.
Galrine doesn't share our Kentucky values. He is with the weirdos. And if Galrine wins, the weirdos take over. On May 19th, say no to woke Eddie Galrine and his billionaire club of LGBTQ weirdos. Re-elect Thomas Massie for Kentucky, for America.
So, you know, like, this message failed. It failed to win Massie a critical mass of support. And I think that is this real? Yes. This is, again...
Store Freedom PAC is a project of Hold the Line PAC. Hold the Line PAC is responsible for the contents of this advertisement.
You know, it's paid for by multiple PACs. So, all of that being said, you know, I think it goes to show that Republicans right now, like, this is not a rhetorical move that actually brings them out, that they actually care about, because they care more about, you know, doing whatever the dear leader says. You know, they've abandoned independent thinking and are instead just doing whatever Donald Trump tells them to do, even if what he tells them to do is half-assed. You know, it's a half-assed Truth Social post. Who cares? It's what he wants. Give the big orange boy what he wants. It's wild.
Massie's loss proves the GOP base is a cult and should be ignored. Dems need to wake up and stop coddling those people and just do good shit.
It's true. Like, there's no point in bending over to try and form an alliance with Thomas Massie, who's arguably one of the most anti-Semitic and virulent bigots in Congress, right? And I think it's worth noting that that bigotry did not serve him here. That there is no meaningful alliance to be built here on issues because, frankly, folks in MAGA don't care about issues. They care about vibes. They care about feelings. They care about, does this policy make me feel like the economy is good? Then the economy is good. Does this make me feel like I have more money in my bank account? Then I might as well have more money in my bank account. Does this make me feel politically powerful? Then, yeah, hey, I am politically powerful. Like, that's what they care about. They don't care about the actual effects. They don't care if they're getting, like, fucked by billionaires every single day, as long as they feel like they're the ones in charge of being fucked, you know?
Gay Mafia, let's go. We got Tumblr Tommy, pronoun Pauline, and Italian Louie.
Yep, got all of them. The gay mafia coming to town. Hey, this is a really nice brunch establishment you got here. Be a shame if something happened to it. I don't know what happened to me. What I don't know what came over me there. God. Everything is stupid right now. So, what I have to say here is also not great news for Democrats, right? Because this district is traditionally a plus 18 Republican district. And we've been seeing in special elections over the past year that, like, Democrats have in some cases been swinging districts by 15, 16, in some cases 30 points, which is quite substantial. That is a swing where if it affected this district to the maximum, it could swing Democrat. But I don't know if a standard Democrat can facilitate a massive swing in the general election like that here, specifically in this particular district. And I say that because we've got a candidate running for the Democrats who came out of the primary tonight in Kentucky's 4th congressional district, named Melissa Strange. And despite having a comic book character name, she's I'm just going to quote this here, supply chain director for a global nutrition and agribusiness company. And apparently her platform is restoring government trust, closing the wealth gap, and promoting bodily autonomy. Now, it could be that this is enough in an election year where abortion rights and voting rights are on the line in Kentucky. It really depends on how many people turn out to vote, how many people are galvanized by the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, how many people are, motivated to try and turn things around in Congress. But when I think of who is poised to do very well in rural conservative areas, my thoughts do not immediately gravitate towards international, agribusiness and nutrition corporations. And I don't think that someone running on a milquetoast Democrat platform in a race like this is going to do particularly well, or at least not as well as one could do on a platform that centers workers and working class people. I'd like to believe that for as divorced from reality as many MAGA folks are, that fundamentally they care about whether or not their children can go to the hospital. That fundamentally they care about whether or not their children can go to good schools. That fundamentally they care about whether or not, their retirement is going to be secure. Their Social Security is going to pay out. Their pensions aren't going to be gambled away on betting markets and stock trades. But, maybe I'm wrong. But I think right now, where we're at, especially as the economy continues to nosedive because of all the shenanigans happening between Donald Trump and Iran, I mean, I can't shake off the story we covered yesterday about China selling off U.S. Treasury bonds. They're one of the largest holders of them in the world, and that is a despairingly bad sign for the U.S. economy. So, all of that being said, I hope that there are some people who are still interested in the well-being of themselves, their families, etc., that they're willing to support common sense, financially sound policies that help them. These are things, by the way, that Republicans would never in a million years offer them on their own. So, all of that being said, I do want to take a look at one last element that I think could really affect this, which is that we have right now, and I did mention this already, but we have right now a massive groundswell in political activation from the African American community and from Democrats writ large in this country due to the gutting of the VRA. A lot of people, they might not remember or understand what the VRA was, how big a deal it was, how it was effectively the death blow to Jim Crow laws in this country, how it was something that was fought hard for by Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. And we are now standing at a precipice where that's no longer around, where people are going to be systematically disenfranchised based on the color of their skin. And, we covered a Michael Knowles video a few days ago where Michael Knowles was like, well, all these people got elected without the Voting Rights Act, and showed like a list of African Americans who served in Congress, without mentioning the fact that laws passed to disenfranchise Black people, the Black Codes, the Jim Crow laws, etc., when they went into effect, there was a period of about 28 years between 1901 and 1929 where not a single Black person served in Congress because of the rank and blatant disenfranchisement of African Americans. And this is a huge deal across the entirety of the South. And I do think that it is worth us taking a look here at the recent rally, at the All Roads Lead to the South rally, to organize against the gutting of the VRA. And I wanted to take a look here specifically at this particular moment in the rally minutes. It was a fairly significant rally.
Till we win, God bless you.
Yes, sir.
Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Come on, y'all show some love for Senator Warnock. Now listen, he talked about death, so we got to talk about the resurrection, because we recognize that the resurrection is here. Why? Because the power is here. Why? Because the people are here. Y'all make some noise. Now, amplifying the voices of the people. I got 3 letters, y'all, that have been changing the game. Now, we in Alabama, lean in, but all the way from New York, make some noise for AOC. How's it going, Montgomery? Let me fix all these microphones here. There's a lot of them. I love you too. 1 second. How are we all doing today? I'm so grateful to be here in this moment and in this fight alongside each and every one of you, shoulder to shoulder, as we fight to continue the legacy and expand upon that of Montgomery, Alabama. I was with Senator Warnock last Sunday, and we were at Ebenezer Church in Atlanta. And after his beautiful sermon, Senator Warnock took me to the original Ebenezer that Martin...
It's not a black issue, it's a leftist issue. That's funny. That's exactly what the post-Confederate legislators in the South said. It's so crazy how you neo-Confederates continue to repackage it all in the same way. It's sad, too. Get some new tricks.
Luther King Jr. had preached at and had organized in. And we sat inside that sanctuary. And what had struck me was how small it was. And Senator Warnock turned to me and he said, this sanctuary only fit 300 people. And he said, Congresswoman, can you believe that this sanctuary of just 300 people changed the world? Those 300 congregants at Ebenezer Baptist Church turned into those congregants at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church right behind us here today. And from Dr. King's work right here on Dexter Avenue, we saw the launch of the Montgomery bus boycotts. And it was right here in Montgomery where we saw some of the most cruel repression in the history of America, where we also saw the highest angels of American history rise to create our democracy. Because it wasn't until the Voting Rights Act that was passed that we even had a democracy in this country. There was no democracy in America until every human being born here was guaranteed and protected the right to vote. But we know what happened.
I gotta be honest here, guys. She gonna run. She's gonna fucking run. Like, she's testing some rhetoric here, and it is absolutely on point.
After those bus boycotts, and we know what happened on the trail to make sure that we got that legislation passed, because with every expansion there is an attempt at regression. This Supreme Court under Justice Roberts is part of that long history of regression and repression in America. But they do not triumph, Montgomery. You triumph, Montgomery. And I am here today because I want to make sure that we all understand that Montgomery is not alone, that you all are not alone. And for all of those watching today, when they ask, what do we do in this moment? I feel helpless. What action can I take? It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened. Because it is not a coincidence, and our whole country must understand that it was not until voting rights were ratified in this country that we got the Great Society.
Look, all I'm gonna say here is that, one, she's cooking. Two, the message of the North will not abandon you, Southern comrades. I think that that's a particularly powerful one. You know, I think it is a message of solidarity. I think it is one that can absolutely work. I think it is a bridge that can, in fact, overcome essentially any kind of centrist opposition within the Democratic Party. The question would become whether or not it is sufficient to rally enough support in order to defeat even Republicans in deep red areas of the country. And I have to be honest, with the combined with the activation of the African American base, if we can actually maintain a level of solidarity aligned with that level of activation across every state in the country, there is a very decent chance that regardless of whatever amount of gerrymandering is pushed by the Trump administration, someone like AOC running would absolutely demolish whatever institutional barriers the Trump administration attempts to put up at a last minute. So I think that that's I think that that's really where we're at, you know, that there is an unprecedented number of folks, specifically like younger Black folks, who may have been politically disengaged, who are going to be re-engaged by like elders in the Black community, by people who lived through the civil rights movement in the 1960s and 50s, who now see the need to be able to do it again. And those people are going to be spurred to action. They're going to be spurred to do their own marches, like this one. This was organized by the NAACP to reenact the marches of the civil rights era. We are going to see an army of electoral fighters marching across every major city in the South, across every road throughout the entirety of the old Confederacy, and we will be marching to put an end to this attempt to resurrect the Confederacy. We need to finish the work of Reconstruction, and that is, in fact, a promise that we all need to hang our hats on. And I think that this messaging, bridging the gap, making it clear that Southern states, Southern Democrats, Southern African Americans are not alone, I think it's deeply, deeply important, especially as the John Roberts Court, seeking to infuse Donald Trump with the utmost power through unitary executive theory to make him a dictator in a democracy. I think it is of the utmost importance that right here, right now, we squash this attempt to destroy the democracy we fought so hard to have.
Because when Black Americans have the right to vote and that vote is protected, our schools get funded. When voting rights are protected, healthcare gets expanded. When voting rights are protected, our country moves forward. In Montgomery, that's what they're actually afraid of.
Where is the Confederacy's phylactery located? It must be in one of those statues of, Confederate generals that got all pearl clutchy about, you know? Melt them down until we find that phylactery, you know? Make something more beautiful out of the resulting metal.
They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another. Alabama is the crucible. Georgia is the crucible. Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi is the crucible. So if you are not from here, it is time to pull up. Because what they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo. And with that, I want to introduce to you all my sister from Boston, Massachusetts.
Heritage of what is greatest in our country. Sister,
all right, folks, joining us right
I love Roland Martin. Go check out his work, by the way. Excellent job broadcasting this to folks around the country. Here's a link to the full stream if you want to see the full slate of speakers. Highly recommend. Good info, good rally. Go check it out. Of course, here's the link in all the chats. But all of this being said, the defeat of Thomas Massie ends any illusion about a return to like some kind of old world where sane Republicans and sane Democrats all join hands and sing Kumbaya and bring us back to the era of 1990s neoliberalism. That dream is dead. That idea is dead. Republicans killed it. Right? And where this is going to go from here on out is where I've been saying it's going to go. Right now, we are in an electoral street fight. It is a knockdown, drag-out, knuckle-dustin' fight. And folks like Chuck Schumer, who's out there telling folks how aroused everyone is.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Are not equipped for the moment. They are not willing to fight. They are not willing to embrace the pro-working class policies that are necessary in order to win a conflict such as this within the current political paradigm. Instead, we need someone who actually has the bona fides, who actually has the strength of character, who actually has the motive that is pure of corporate money, a fighter who is willing to go up against the establishment, who has a proven record going up against the establishment, who has spent years building up political capital to use for such a moment in a time of crisis. And that person really boils down to a list of one. It's AOC. AOC. And I know that Republicans are going to fucking hate that, but too bad. And I think that that's kind of where we're at. There's been a lot of fucking around by the MAGA movement, up to and including attempting an insurrection, up to and including doing some of the most corrupt shit any political movement has ever done in the history of America. And that's saying quite a bit. And we are now going to enter the finding out period of all of this. So, that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, join your local Dems. Now is the time to get involved politically. It is not enough to know the correct political positions. It is not enough to have, the most virtuous political positions. It is not enough. What is required at this moment in time is action. What is required is joining political orgs, coming into community with other people, and organizing. Organize to better your community, organize to protect your community from ICE agents coming in with masks and guns to arrest you and fellow citizens, or kill fellow citizens, as it were. You can protect your community from AI data centers, siphoning up all of the water in your community and running up your electrical bills to unimaginable heights. You can protect your community from predatory corporate practices targeting small-town America. You can create zoning laws to protect different areas of your city against the abuses of corporate buyouts of private property. You can do a lot on the local level, but it takes you getting involved. If you want to get money out of politics from billionaires and corporations, you can help start pushing Montana Plan initiatives all across your local area and push it into state-level politics. It is vitally important to get involved. Because we are not, contrary to popular belief, fucked. We are not doomed. We are not without agency. We are not without options. we are, in fact, positioned at a unique point in history, a unique time at which we are all being asked right now, what would you do if you were living through a second American apartheid? Would you show up? Would you act? And I hope that your answer is yes. If you need help getting involved with your local Dems or your local DSA, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And if you don't want to join Discord, you can join riverboat.gg, and you can usually find one or both of them over there. Very much appreciate Benzo Scarlet. Thank you very much. And all of that being said, folks, also check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. All right. There we go. And folks, we are now at 16 out of 25 subs. We're getting closer, folks. We're getting closer. Actually, I think we might be at 18. My bad. I did not count that correctly. Jack, it isn't ethical for me to ask you to run for office, but has it crossed your mind at all? I mean, maybe. I don't necessarily know that I am positioned to do that with the other responsibilities in my life, but, you know, I'm not opposed to it eventually, but, like, right now, like, I feel like this is what I can do and what I am good at, you know? I don't necessarily know that I would be good as a politician. I do know that I am good at this, though. So anyway, if you guys think I'm good at this and would like to see me continue doing this, please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I couldn't do it without you fine folks. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1
If
subs.
you're enough of an asterisk, you can run for orifice.
That's true. That, you know, that is true. As someone with an OnlyFans, previously in the past, no longer active, can confirm. I'd vote for you. Thank you. Oh shit, you might run? No, like, this is not an idea I have seriously considered. But I will say, like, a not insubstantial number of people keep asking me if I would. I don't think I'm necessarily built for that at the moment. This gives me so much hope. TikTok liberals have got me bumming, but you always keep me motivated. Thanks, Jack. Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, my secret is that the same thing that helps under the most despotic authoritarians is the same thing that helps us now. It is the same thing that undermined and overthrew, you know, absolute monarchy. It's the same thing that undermines and overthrows every dictator, every authoritarian. It is the same thing that ends, you know, despotic power. And it is organizing with other people, because no force on earth can control every single one of us. We are the sand in the machine. We are the ones throwing our lives onto the cogs and gear works, gumming it up, slowing it down. And we are like, work can only happen in this world based on our efforts, our toils, our sweat, our blood, our tears. It can only happen because we work for it. Right? And it's it's important to recognize that dynamic because it is omnipresent in our political systems. And so no matter how bad it gets, no matter how awful it gets, it is by organizing amongst ourselves that we are able to build political power to fix and right any wrong. You know? Lamau, you think you can beat the government? Yeah. No government can survive an organized working population. Look at what happened in Haiti. Look at what happened to the plantation owners of Haiti. Look what happened when those workers organized. They were able to throw off the entire institution of slavery, their entire old oppressive government. How do you get on site chat? You just go to riverboat.gg. You type this into your URL and go there. The government is us. We the people. Even the Constitution. The founding documents of this country give the power of the people the utmost respect. I love that conservatives are like, the left had its turn, used it on transblenderism, feminism, and migration. Now we will have Christ and remigration. My brother in Christ, I thought you always had Christ. Are you telling me we have the power to systematically deny you your God? That's crazy. It is crazy that you would cede to me the ability to commune with your own God. I just took it away. You no longer have your Christ. I'm sorry. Christ is for everyone else. Yours is a soulless void, doomed to all eternity. You're egomaniacal? No, you're just stupid. You're the stupid one. You're the one saying, "What now we'll have Christ." I thought you had Christ the entire time, but you're the one saying I have the ability to take him away. That's crazy. That's fucking stupid on your part, bro. I'm your God now. It's true. I never saw the left have a turn. It's true. Socialists have never had a turn in America. Except for Comrade Biden. I can't even say it with a straight face. Now we'll have conversion therapy again. I agree. Conversion therapy for everyone in MAGA. Agreed. We'll have MAGA re-education camps. Maybe now you'll finally have a high school degree worth something.
The minute they figure out there are more of them than us, our way of life is over.
It's true. It's true. Also, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. God. Supreme Court just did that. If you think that's what the Supreme Court just did, you're just glugging down that Trump semen. You're just glugging down that Trump semen called propaganda, friend. Please get more educated. For the love of God. For the love of God, get your GED. Your worldview is extremely self-serving. Yeah, that's why I get on here every day to talk about worker rights. It's because I want to serve myself. You're right. It's so fun getting online every day to comments like you who talk about wanting to like murder people like me. I do it to serve myself. You're so right. Not even a Trumpster? Oh man, that's so sad. You do this for free? That's crazy. Can't re-educate anyone who wasn't educated to begin with. That's true, Kiss. That's true, Kiss Majolk. Gotta start from like a decent base. All right. Let's talk about the slush fund. It's our last story, then we'll be talking about Atlantis, folks. You want to play with your food? No, they're not sending their best. MAGA needs to send like an actual warrior that is capable of having like a conversation worth a damn.
MAGA heads complain about us forcing our transness on everyone, but wait until they hear about Fourscare. They're going to get basic necessities and healthcare, and they're going to like it.
Indeed. Oh no! I'm going to torture you and re-educate you with universal healthcare. Oh no! Dastardly! I want you to not be bankrupted by getting cancer. The horror. How dare socialism? What's that? I don't want your children to bankrupt themselves, keeping you alive when you're elderly? Oh, how self-serving of me. Oh no! What's next? A living wage? No! You unimaginable bastard. Next, I'm going to make sure your eye care is covered, your dental care is covered. That's right, you're gonna have perfect teeth until the day you die, motherfucker. Of old age. Ooh. You know what? We're not gonna have Maha. We're not gonna have Make America Healthy again. We're gonna have Mayha. Make America Extra Healthy again. That's what we're gonna call Medicare for All. Mayha. Why are you serving yourself and the 99% of people like you rather than serving the richest 1% like conservatives? That's what always boggles my mind. So many conservatives just lick boots for like the wealthiest people to ever exist for no reason. Like, they don't get paid by these people. They don't like make any money from these people. They don't benefit in any way. They just have like a natural instinct to lick the shiniest boots in town. It's crazy. All right. I don't know. I just have some self-respect, and I don't think billionaires should be respected. I don't think the people who made all of their wealth off the backs of working people like you and me deserve to be respected. It's not earning a damn thing. Their hands are soft. They worship money, that's it. I mean, that's true. Why serve billionaires when you can serve cunt? True! I like the way you think, Jenny, Sorry. Misattributed that. I like the way you think, Rhyme Jack. I also like the way you think, Jenny, Alright. Are y'all ready to dive in? Also, I believe we've hit hair down territory, so let me just roam free. Cool. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about how Donald Trump has done the single most corrupt act I think any president or political movement has ever done in the history of America. And I know that that sounds hyperbolic. I know that that sounds perhaps like I'm trying to sell you something here, but the reality is that Donald Trump has announced that there is a settlement between himself and the U.S. government, specifically the IRS. And essentially, this was over the fact that someone within the IRS leaked his tax returns to the media, and he was suing the IRS for $10 billion, right? And this settlement effectively gives Donald Trump control over a $1.7 billion fund that can be used at Donald Trump's discretion to pay out to anyone who feels they have been sufficiently wronged by the US government. What this effectively means is that Donald Trump has taken control of about 1.7 billion of your dollars that you guys paid taxes into, and is now going to use it to reward his most ardent supporters. This actually has quite a precedent when it comes to different political movements throughout history. Because when you are the head of a cult of personality, right? A large, far-ranging cult of personality, a political movement centered on you, one of the things that is important is ensuring that there is a system that rewards loyalty, that creates a material benefit to people who support you. And what this slush fund effectively does is create that material benefit. Donald Trump can dole this out to basically anyone that he feels has earned his favor. And there's not really any check or balance on this. There's also no transparency. Unlike most government funds that have congressional oversight, this one doesn't have any oversight, meaning that there are untraceable payments being made from this fund, meaning we don't know who's getting the money. We don't know how much people are getting. We don't know how Donald Trump is making decisions about where this money goes. It's just outright theft of $1.7 billion. And there's not really any other way of saying it. This is the most corrupt thing any politician has ever done. And he is going to use this as a tool. For a long time, he's relied on the stick. You know, he hasn't really had a carrot. Donald Trump has like endorsements, but mostly he has attacks. You know, we've seen this with, for example, Thomas Massie. After Thomas Massie signed on with Democrats to the Epstein Transparency Act, Donald Trump attacked him with the stick to show other Republicans what happens when you cross Donald Trump. What happens when you do something that makes Donald Trump look bad? And what is going to happen now is that he has a carrot. And that incentivizes anyone in his base, any one of his supporters who acts out of line, to just not worry about it, because there's $1.7 billion that can come to your aid for legal defense, to pay you directly if you lose your job. What it does is create an incentive for people who back Donald Trump ideologically, politically, whatever, to encourage and support him doing more illegal activities, because as long as Donald Trump comes out on top, it doesn't matter what laws were broken. It doesn't matter whether the Constitution even exists or not, because what matters is he's loyal to the people who are loyal to him, and he is willing to break any norm and any law in order to see that through. And what that does is put Donald Trump above the very Constitution and institutions of the United States of America. This is, this isn't to mention the fact that the primary people who are going to be benefiting from this are people who supported Donald Trump's insurrection against the United States government. And that means that this is fraught with a whole host of issues. In particular, we have questions around one of the amendments, specifically when it comes to, I believe, the 15th Amendment. Is that correct?
PLS enjoy.
The 14th Amendment. There we go. Which prohibits the government from assuming any obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States. This is directly unconstitutional, this fund. It is directly in violation not of only the laws of America passed by Congress, it is in violation of the very Constitution of the government itself. This is point blank illegal on every front. And this is not just illegal, it is a theft from you. You paid taxes into this fund that Donald Trump is going to use for his own benefit. The largest single amount of money controlled by any president with no congressional oversight. Yeah, exactly, sweet and sour Serena. This is unspeakably dangerous. This is, in fact, like, I gotta be honest, this is an attempt to subvert the very concept of American democracy. Insurrection? Oh, you mean how the Dems bypassed voting for a candidate just to try and install Harris? The Democratic Party is a private organization. They can run internal primaries how they want. It's not how I would do it. But how the Democrats operated their primaries in 2024 is not the same thing as the President of the United States stealing money from the American taxpayer to almost the tune of almost $2 billion so that he can have a private fund to pay off his cronies. Like, fuck, man. Conservatives will come into chat and talk about how, like, black people deserve to be shot for shoplifting. But when the President of the United States steals $2 billion from you specifically, you're totally fine with it. You're like, well, that other guy might be doing something I don't like that's completely unrelated, so it's fine. I don't understand you people. I do not understand your people. What you're saying is not real. It is absolutely real. In fact, here's some reporting about it from just the other day. Oh, the other day? I meant today. DOJ official told GOP ally that big payouts were coming for January 6th defendants. Because this is a real slush fund for real people that is being stolen from the American population. And I want to point out here that this was communicated prior to the DOJ unveiling this initiative. The DOJ was openly talking to to Republicans and telling them, don't worry, guys, you're going to get billions of dollars from this. This is blatant political corruption. This is blatant to an unspeakable degree. This is one of the greatest thefts in American history. Here is another one. IRS to drop audits of Trump and family. So this is another part. This is from the New York Times. The last article is from NBC. The first article is from the New Republic. Right? This one, IRS to drop audits of Trump and family. Now, that's a pretty oddly benign headline, but as part of this $1.7 billion slush fund, right? Billion with a B. apparently there is now an additional caveat added to all of this, which is that the DOJ released this particular document. Here's a letter directly from the Office of the Attorney General of the United States, dated May 19th. That's today. The settlement agreement in Trump versus Internal Revenue Service was created by the anti-weaponization fund. The settlement agreement directed the Attorney General to issue an order establishing funding and any other relevant requirements for the fund. Capitalized terms in this agreement shall have the same meaning as in the settlement agreement. The United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of action, appeals, or requests for any relief, including injunctive relief, monetary relief, damages, examinations, or similar or related reviews, appeals, debt relief, costs, attorney's fees, expenses, and or interest, whether presently known or unknown, that as of the effective date of the settlement agreement have been or could have been asserted by defendants against any of the plaintiffs or related or affiliated individuals, including without limitation, family or others filing jointly, or parties including trusts, parent, sister, or related companies, affiliates, and subsidiaries by reason of, with respect to, in connection with, or which arise out of 1, any matters that were raised or could have been raised in the case or the pending agency claims, 2, lawfare and or weaponization, or 3, any matters currently pending or that could be pending, including tax returns filed before the effective date, before defendants or other agencies or departments. What this effectively says is that the Trump family, the entirety of the family, cannot be audited forever. That in perpetuity, the Trump family is exempt from these laws, exempt from this oversight, exempt from investigation. And it's worth noting that, the Dems on the House Judiciary Committee are portraying this as a super pardon for the entirety of the Trump family, as well as, Donald Trump himself. Under what justification? Under the justification of the settlement. Now, it is worth noting here that, of course, this is just an agreement put out by the DOJ. This is not as binding and as permanent as a pardon. But what it is a one-page document that very, very clearly lays out a connection between the Trump family and clear political corruption. Like, this can't be enforced and will almost certainly be used as evidence in the future against Donald Trump and his entire family. Basically, everyone involved in this. Because I can guarantee you this. After the midterms, when Democrats win power, they will be able to do everything in their power to block payments out of this fund, and they will be able to request any documentation and have it be brought as testimony and evidence before Congress to find out what payments were made, when those payments were made, to whom those payments were made. The invisible nature of this fund is not going to last forever, and anyone associated with it, all right? Anyone associated with it is going to go to prison. Like, this is, again, the most corrupt thing any politician in the history of America has done. Anyone who is associated with putting this into place, anyone who is associated with getting money from it, anyone who's associated from even asking for money from it, is going to be subject to intense investigation and is most likely going to go to prison. Like, it is going to be a prerequisite from any Democrat running in 2028 that they run on prosecuting every single person involved with this blatant political corruption, this blatant theft from the American people, this blatant abuse of power, this blatant, frankly, treasonous act. What is being done here is illegal on so many fronts. It's genuinely crazy. And this is why I do keep coming back around to the fact that one of the key bedrock positions in 2028 for Democrats has to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for politicians, for oligarchs, for the wealthiest top 1% of America, because the entire reason this is happening right now is because folks like Obama didn't prosecute the big banks and instead bailed them out in 2008. This is happening because time and time again, Democrats have allowed for blatant political corruption to go unchecked. And in fact, in some cases, rewarded. And at every juncture, that has allowed Republicans to become more and more blatantly corrupt in turn. There has been a ratcheting effect of hyping up the level of corruption, and it has culminated in this. And this is unsustainable. This level of theft is not sustainable for the American public. It is not sustainable for the Republic. It is not sustainable for us as a whole. And I think that what I'm getting at here is if there is any hope for the future of this republic, it rests on prosecuting these people to the fullest extent of every single law that they have broken. There need to be people who are serving multiple life sentences for the kind of corruption we have seen here. And I'm not just talking about during the Trump administration. I'm talking about we need to start going back in time. For as long as the statute of limitations allows us, people need to be prosecuted. So all of that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Support the show. You guys make it possible. And get involved, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. It is only through organizing that we can push back this tide of corruption, that we can hold these liars and cheats accountable, that we can bring some semblance of justice back to our republic. It is incumbent upon us to organize towards that goal. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, we can do that. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that is non-tucking. Go check it out. Link down in the description. I tried to say doobly-doo and description at the same time. Did not work out. Go check it out. Link in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. You're gay and no one in the real world is going to support this? It's true. I'm the only gay person. I don't know how it happened. I'm the only one. I've just become so powerful. You see gay everywhere. Your shit show is done? No, it's not. We're going to keep on going for at least a few more hours. You can't re-prosecute anything already trialed. It's true. But you can prosecute things that were never trialed. Like, for example, we didn't try most of the, CEOs and bankers around the time of the 2008 financial collapse. We just never tried to do that. I think we should give it a shot. All right, folks. We've been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, click that like button, click that subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show because you guys make this show possible. Here you go. Von 400, I literally just did a segment about that.
Go.
Like
go,
30
go.
minutes ago.
Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
How do I become the gay? Do we fight to the death? There can only be one. I'm not fucking clicking the button. It's wait, what are you saying here? Just don't push that shit on me. Too late. I've already pushed it on you. You're becoming gay as we speak. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I didn't decide how gay works. Gaylander, no, fuck. Bylander, Bylander's so fucking good. Bylander is so fucking good, I love it. Fuck. The gay beams go through the camera and out your screen. It's true. Gay is carried, it's one of the particles of light they don't teach you about in science class until you reach a PhD level. Then they teach you about the secret gay particle. It doesn't travel as a particle as one would expect. It travels as a wave. But, you know, kind of a funky wave. Wiggles its hips as it travels through space. That's why gay is a spectrum? Exactly! Thank you for understanding where I was going with that, John Bainbridge. The Q in Quark stands for queer? True. True. It's gay all the way down. You know, a lot of people in mythology thought that, and different religious beliefs thought that the world rested on the back of a giant turtle. It actually rests on the stomach of a giant bear.
Science may have found a God particle, but we found a gay particle long ago.
But not the kind of bear you might think. Akumi, thank you for the $5 dono. Fixer at home, thank you for the $1 Australian. Appreciate it. Quark was the best bartender on Deep Space Nine. That's not true. All right. There was one other worthy of the name. The Q in QAnon stands for queer. It's true. The storm that was coming, it was the storm that turns everybody gay. The gay particle missed me? Impossible. You just think it missed you. That's how you know it's starting. Everyone who's like, I'm not gay the most, they're actually the ones closest to becoming gay. Hour by hour, your attraction homosexually is going to increase. A frog turned me gay once. Where we gay one, we gay all. God. I am appreciating the memes that are coming out now. All right, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for some spirit science Atlantis?
As a fan of anime mommies, I'm more a fan of the Thailander personally.
I mean, Thailanders and Bylanders, they overlap, you know? But the rule of the Thailander is there can only be one, but your only weapon is your thighs. No, I'm not gay, but I'm not going to judge. I don't know. Not judging is pretty gay. What if both my left hand and right hand are gay? I mean, you could try smooching them and see how it feels. You know, like, mwah, 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 mwah. All right. Okay, you guys ready to get somehow even stupider than we have achieved right here, right now with these this level of memery? Because I, for one, am ready to dive into to the issues. Is that why Hassan thinks Trump is gay? Always so judgmental? It's true. Hassan, a homophobe. That's why I need to be bigger than Hassan, folks. He doesn't support our president in his sexual journey. Yeah, Hassan, enemy of the gay community. Just took an edible and I'm ready. That's the spirit story, the bard. All right. Will I lose brain cells? Oh, you are almost certainly going to be losing brain cells, folks. Praise or praise. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. I'm not gay, FYI. I don't know. I'm still not convinced. The gay particles are accumulating in your body.
If we doing spirit science now, all I'll say is strap in.
Oh, Nathan, strap in and strap on, folks. We're about to go deep. But not quite as deep as men on Steven Crowder, if you know what I'm saying, right?
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
He'd know. All right, folks. It's time. We've been working towards it. We've been doing it. It's time for us to explore the secret history
Everyone
of
is
Atlantis.
at least a little bit gay, especially Steven Crowder.
Yeah, Steven Crowder got hit by a lot of the gay photons. It's true. Why is he always saying stuff like that? Because he has a God-shaped hole he needs to fill.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Yeah. Is this Milo Rossi?
Google debunkers.
No. That question has been Google debunked. All right. Hello, Lady Raincloud. So, folks, we are about to embark on a journey into spirit science. Specifically, a video that Spirit Science uploaded quite a long time ago titled The Human History Movie. Now, before we begin, who is Spirit Science? What is it? It's a YouTube channel run by a cult leader who believes that humans are aliens who are able to astral project and came from different planets, and also that there are ancient alien gods that walk among us and have essentially like meditation spaceships. And also he believes in Atlantis. And I also want to throw out there, he does believe that Charlie Kirk speaks to him spiritually, you know, post-assassination. So, like, this is a guy who is not quite all there. And we've made fun of him before in the past. Specifically, we opened our clown chakras, as he told us never to do, and it's made us way too powerful. All right? And it's time for us to dive into one of his crowning achievements, which is, of course, the history of humanity. And folks, if you haven't, be sure to buckle up, because this gets really, really crazy. Here we go.
Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories of the past have been changed, altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we rounded the curve on the precession of the equinox. Modern views of our history...
Man, I love how the precession of the equinox keeps messing up all of human history. You know, I'm always talking about this. I'm always talking about how the precession of history and its interpretation is dependent on the rounding of the equinox. We are cooking. We are cooking already. Let's go.
When Kirk speaks to him, does it come out the hole in the neck?
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Yeah, we need to put on our Gandalf goggles here, folks. All right? Because I want to remind all of you that I'm very proud of each and every one of you.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Yeah, and you need the highest mental horsepower to keep up with this. So, clip, clop, clip. Get those horses running, folks.
Count for many things, but completely dismiss many very important pieces in the puzzle. For example, the pyramids of Giza. There is no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made. Individually, each block cannot be pulled even with 50 men pulling it, let alone...
There's no way ancient people could have moved heavy blocks. Nope. Don't look at the proximity of the pyramids to the Nile, where they could have been floated from where they were quarried from. Don't look at how there are literally hieroglyphics depicting how they moved the blocks over land on logs. Nope, just ignore that. There's no way we could ever know how this happened.
Drag it for hundreds of miles and then stack them on top of each other 450 feet in the air in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve. Not to mention having a...
Modern technology can build a pyramid. We have modern pyramids. I just can't. I can't. We literally built a fucking fishing shop into a giant glass pyramid. We did that with modern technology. I don't know who needs to know this, but we literally did that. There's the Bass Pro Shop pyramid in Memphis. God damn.
Damn it, Jack. You said we weren't going to see Rossi, and we're already at the pyramid scheme.
I mean, we've officially achieved
Google debunkers
in record time.
Lined up precisely with both Orion's belt, a golden mean, and Fibonacci spiral, and be a primary nodal point of every sacred site on the planet. And that's just one example. Our history...
Yeah, look, if you draw lines from every sacred site on the planet to connect them to the pyramids, then yeah, I guess all lines converge at a single point, huh?
History is not what we think. Many things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not.
Yeah, the Egyptians never could have imagined the Bass Pro Shop. Oh, people are so dumb.
Has got to be the biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw some monumental discoveries that are rocking the foundation of what we think we know about ourselves.
Oh, no.
Many ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove they existed. Then, one of them was found. This led to finding another, and then another. Inside one of these cities, archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth under this ancient city.
The things he says, right, are so obviously untrue that like I'm struggling to keep up. Like, for example, the ancient city of Uruk was discovered in like 1849. Like, and that's just, again, discovered by Western archaeologists. The people living around knew about this site. It just wasn't talked about in archaeological circles because they didn't know about it. They weren't talking to those people. Like the Urukai? No, Uruk is distinct. Uruk is an actual city.
Tablets were completely covered in text, written in cuneiform, and tell an ancient story that spans back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the Earth and the origins of the human race.
Oh, this video went up 14 years ago. This predates ChatGPT. This guy was cooking insanity all on his own, okay?
In great detail. Now, the first thing we all want to do is just say that they were making things up. They didn't know the history of Earth, and they were simply creating tales to explain where they came from.
Why do I have to do rude? Because I don't respect people who spread lies on purpose. Like, I don't respect people who run cults and take advantage of people so that they can, you know, make money. I don't respect that. Ever. Also, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Stop the stupidity. Appreciate you.
However, if this was true, how can we explain how they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know? Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system, but so did the Sumerians. They described them all in great detail in these Sumerian records. They also knew about the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand, because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information from day one of their civilization. A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and had put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account—
Ah, yes, Thoth. That guy. Also, who is Zacharias Sitchin? Let's take a take a quick look at the Wikipedia page, all right? Let's see here. Was the author of a number of books proposing an explanation for human origins involving ancient astronauts. Sitchin attributed the creation of the ancient Sumerian culture to the Anunnaki, which he claimed was a race of extraterrestrials from a planet beyond Neptune called Nibiru. He claimed that Sumerian mythology suggests that this hypothetical planet of Nibiru is in an elongated 3,600-year-long elliptical orbit around the sun. Sitchin's books have sold millions of copies worldwide and been translated into more than 25 languages. And Sitchin's ideas have been resoundingly rejected by scientists, academics, historians, and anthropologists who dismiss his work as pseudoscience and pseudohistory. And I will also point out, Sitchin's work relies upon, very specifically, Nazi archaeology. And if you aren't familiar with the work that Nazis did as it relates to archaeology, basically the Nazis sent a bunch of experts around the world to various archaeological sites, and then those experts came back and basically said there's no way these primitive peoples could have done any of this. It must have been ancient aliens. I am simplifying a bit here, but that's essentially what it was. And this all got kind of roped into the set of Nazi esoteric beliefs. So Nazi esotericism, it's a hell of a drug, and it continues to this day in the whole ancient aliens mythos, because, again, the entirety of it relies on the idea that ancient peoples weren't smart and were incapable of doing smart things that we ourselves today are capable of. Which is, of course, bullshit. People in the past were incredibly smart. They just didn't have iPhones. All right? They did other things with their brains.
Matches the Sumerian records. Adamus and other channelings discuss it as well. If you see—
Have I heard of a YouTuber named Hyperborean Knowledge? No, but I'm going to be checking that out. Oh, thank you. I am very much looking forward to this absolute slot fest. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Mythos, can we talk about how cute Tower Red is in Moon Knight? The little ear wiggles.
You know what? I haven't actually watched Moon Knight. I need to fix that. I like a lot of I like the actors in Moon Knight. I just haven't seen it. I love the character Moon Knight. Where's my money, you dumb? Where Dracula, where's my money, you dumb bitch?
All of these records and sources, there is a huge connection between the stories. Now, this story spans back hundreds of thousands of years into our past. It talks about Tiamat and Nibiru, the Nephilim, seeding the human race.
Oh, fuck yeah, the Nephilim. Let's talk about the space giants, let's go!
Adam and Eve, and the children of Lemuria. This portion of the story is really interesting, but not the most crucial to know. We're not going to be covering this at this time. We are, however, going to be picking up the story at the end of Lemuria, and discussing the events of Atlantis up to present day. What I'm going to tell you is a mix of what these records say, along with what Thoth has...
I remember Lemuria. I played Golden Sun, The Lost Age. I remember.
...told us for some finer details. Please have your own experience while watching this. I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying, decide for yourself.
Sick. I love watching things that aren't fact, that someone is arguing is fact. It's my favorite. Yeah, he literally is just asking questions. It's genuinely insane how much this style of esotericist belief is like directly models what Nazis did, you know, and what Nazis continue to do, frankly.
There was a time, long ago, when humans existed at a very high level of consciousness. We were interdimensional and were very psychic. We communicated.
Oh man, I miss being interdimensional and very psychic. It was so cool. I could exist in 129 dimensions, and you guys would be like, what? I'm only in 3. And I could just laugh at you high dimensionally.
Communicated through thought and emotion, much like how animals do rather than speaking or writing, which would seem very primitive. We lived primarily on a large string of islands called Lemuria, but there was a consciousness shift. We moved up in consciousness, and the islands of Lemuria sank beneath the oceans. At the time of this shift, a new continent rose.
Can we one of the things I love / hate about all of this is that none of the mechanisms are explained, you know? There was a consciousness shift and all of the islands went underwater. Why? Why would that happen? Why would your consciousness shifting affect land masses? What is the mechanism here? If I think hard enough, can I sink an island? Am I gonna become too powerful if my brain thinks hard enough?
Out of the waters. We called it Atlantis. Back in the early 1900s, the spiritual path of the United...
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so Atlantis was formed by moving up in consciousness, sinking Lemuria in some kind of colossal cataclysm, and then Atlantis spontaneously erupted out of the ocean. Cool. All right. Totally makes sense. Yeah.
States was similar to what's happening today. People began to learn about meditation and study ancient lands like Atlantis and Lemuria. We actually found quite a bit of evidence that Lemuria existed, and it had to do with coral. See, the ocean floor does rise and fall. Coral can exist up to 150 feet under the surface of the water. In 1910, the surface of the ocean was probably higher because they were able to see coral rings heading away from Easter Islands for a great distance. These rings were estimated to be found at 1,800 feet, which means that for them to have existed, they would have had to be much higher and sunk slowly. Probably more important, they also found the exact same fauna and flora from the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the Easter Islands. This is a great distance, but if you look at a map, you'll see a long string. That string, according to Thoth, used to run along the western shores of Lemuria.
It couldn't... If you look at islands, you can draw a line between them. Is not an argument. You can draw a line between any islands. Also, it can very easily be explained by continental plates shifting around, clashing together. or like volcanic activity along fault lines. I don't know, like ask literally any kind of scientist, please. But no. Just go off of the divers from 1910. I'm sure they've got some very precise measurements underwater at Easter Island.
It is only on these islands that have the same flora and fauna. Same trees, bugs, bacteria, everything. Science can only explain this if there were closer land bridges between these islands at one point.
No, it's very clearly explicable either by the fact that, like, there are drift species. Animals can drift through the ocean. Human beings drift through the ocean. It happens. Coconuts drift through the ocean.
Although we were studying this at that time, World War I began soon after, and we lost interest in spirituality and the ancient lands for a very long time.
Goddamn World War I killing spiritual inquisitions.
After the sinking of Lemuria and the rising of Atlantis, at first the human race became scattered. We moved to various islands and continents all over the world because we didn't have a home. Yet, we didn't know where to go. At that time, there were about 1,000 humans at a very high consciousness, more than all of the rest. They were called the Nakals. Today, we know them as Ascended Masters. The Nakals began preparing Atlantis to be our new home. They projected their energies across the surface of the continent in the form of the Tree of Life, not with 10 circles, but with 12, an extra on top on the island of Udal, and an extra on the bottom in the water. There were 10 components on the mainland, and even though it extended over hundreds of miles on the surface, it was projected to the accuracy of a single atom.
Damn, that's so accurate. Also, we knew about atoms at that particular moment in time, and we just didn't tell anybody after that. Okay.
We chose to move to Atlantis because of the Kundalini. In humans, the Kundalini is often referred to as the energy serpent that runs up and down your spine.
Ah, of course. The energy snake. How could we forget?
When activated, it provides an immense amount of energy through all of the chakras. The Earth itself also has a Kundalini because the Earth is alive, like an organism, running from the center of the planet to a specific place on the surface. Wherever the Kundalini resides, the people there become the spiritual leaders of the world. The Earth chose Atlantis to be the new energetic center of the planet. After Atlantis, the Kundalini moved to the mountains of Tibet, which is why the Buddhists were the leaders in pure spirituality for the last 13,000 years. It was a very pure place.
What does that mean? What does pure spirituality mean? It's like if you took a bunch of religious, like, buzzwords and mashed them all together, you get this. When did the Evangelion music start? Yeah. No kidding.
It moved again within the last 10 years, but that's a story for another time. If you want to read more, check out the book The Serpent of Light by Drunvalo Melchizedek.
Get in the Kundalini, Shinji. We need you in that energy serpent. If you don't get in the energy serpent right now, Shinji, everyone is gonna die.
Suddenly, in a single day, the Nakals breathed life into the Tree of Life on the surface of Atlantis. This created vortexes of energy rotating out of each and every circle. Once the vortexes...
Open your chakras, Shinji. But not your clown chakra. If you open your clown chakra, we all die, Shinji. Get in your Kundalini and open your chakras, but not the clown one, Shinji.
...were established, the children of Lemuria began to be called forth. Millions upon millions of Lemurians who had settled all across the planet began to be pulled.
I thought there were only 1,000. Where did the millions come from? Is this like, did it take the Knackles like 1 billion years?
Also, Atlantis wasn't real. It was just Plato **** writing Sparta because damn kids these days.
I know! Like, all of this is predicated on Plato writing about Atlantis, and Atlantis isn't a real place. It was a hypothetical. It's like if people in America, when, like, the shining city on a hill concept was communicated to them, started talking about how, I wonder where this shining city on a hill is in America. Where could it be? I bet it was some kind of highly advanced civilization thousands of years ago, this shining city. Where could the shining city be? It must be somewhere in the Rockies or the Appalachians. Like, it's fucking nuts. It's just crazy.
Toward Atlantis, a great...
It's honestly just craziness bred from illiteracy.
If Atlantis isn't a real place, explain Georgia Jack.
I got Georgia on my mind. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Migration began. However, the Lemurian body of consciousness had only reached the age of 12 as a planetary consciousness, because we...
What does that mean? What does an age mean to a planetary consciousness? And if you're counting by 12, 12 what? As opposed to years.
were right-brained, we were a female species, like a 12-year-old girl, and some of our centers weren't working yet. They had worked with these energies, but only mastered 8 of the 10. Each
yeah, I forgot about the fact that at this point in the growth of human species, we were just 12-year-old girls because of the brains. We were very much according to this, we were very high level and mentally beyond anything achievable today, and we're like highly advanced, but still mentally on the level of 12-year-old girls. All right.
Migrating Lemurian was attracted to one of these 8 centers on Atlantis, depending on the nature of the individual. There, they settled and began to build cities. That left 2 vortexes with nobody using them, not a single person. These 2 vortexes were pulling life toward them, and in life, you can't have an empty place. Life will find a way to fill it. Similar to if you were driving along a freeway, following another car.
Life will find a way to fill it. Wait a minute. I think I know what he's talking about.
You have a God-shaped hole.
And you drop too far behind, someone will fill the place. That's exactly what happened on Atlantis. Though the Lemurians had only filled 8 of the vortex areas, Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell.
Thanks,
you can see these records in the Troano document, which is now located in the British Museum. This document is estimated to be 3,500 years old, and it describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. To fill these 2...
I'm sorry, wait, I missed the name.
Of the vortex areas, Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell. You can see these records in the Troano document, which is now located...
Torano document. All right, time to do some
Google debunkers.
Torano document. All right. The Madrid Codex, also known as the Cortesianus Codex or the Troano Codex, is one of 4 surviving pre-Columbian Maya books dating to the post-classic period of Mesoamerican chronology. The Madrid Codex was produced in western Yucatan, Mexico. Today is held by the Museo de America in Madrid and is considered one of the most important pieces in its collection. However, the original is not on display. Okay, yeah. Content. All right. Mainly consists of almanacs and horoscopes based on the Mayapan calendar used to help Maya priests in the performance of their ceremonies and divinatory rituals. The codex also contains astronomical tables, although fewer of those in the other 3 surviving Maya codices. Some of the content is likely to have been copied from older Maya books, including in the codex is a description of the New Year's ceremony. Let's see here. So, the codex is stylistically uniform. Closer analysis of glyphic elements suggests the number of scribes were involved in its production, perhaps as many as 8 or 9, who produced consecutive sections of the manuscript. The religious context of the codex makes it likely that the scribes themselves were members of the priesthood. Okay, images in the Madrid Codex depict rituals such as human sacrifice, invoking rainfall, as well as everyday activities such as beekeeping, hunting, warfare, and weaving. So, in other words, it doesn't depict anything to do with Atlantis.
Google debunkers.
In the British Museum. This document is estimated to be 3,500 years old, and it describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. To fill these 2 empty vortexes, according to Thoth, 2 extraterrestrial races stepped in. Not 1, but 2 completely different races.
Oh, sick. Two alien races stepped in to help primitive humanity.
The first race were the Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth...
Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot. I genuinely forgot that this guy thinks that Jewish people are space aliens. quite literally, he thinks that they are a completely different alien species to humanity. And also, they're from the future.
Says that they came from different races. The first race were the Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth.
Also, I'm sorry. Just shout out to the animation of the space future Hebrew popping into existence here.
But two completely different races. The first race were the
Pops, the Star of David is like the summoning portal here. Like, God, this guy watched History of the World Part 1 and thought, yeah, they are from space.
Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth says that they came from off-planet, but we don't know where.
Yeah, Space Hebrews, starring Larry David. I can't. This is so stupid. I'm dying.
Exactly. The Hebrews were kind of like a kid who went through 5th grade and didn't make it, so they had to do that grade over again. They learned all the math, the left brain stuff, but they didn't.
Oh, so, okay, so in this context, the Hebrews are both aliens and from the future, but they learned wrong in the future, so they had to be sent back in time to do remedial learning for soul learning. I can't. I can't, man.
You have a God-shaped hole.
God.
Get the right brain aspect of evolving consciousness, the doing. They didn't graduate to the next level of evolution, so they had to do it again. They knew a lot of things that we didn't know yet.
There aren't levels to evolution. That's not how evolution works. Evolution is just a process that happens. It doesn't happen with any intentionality.
And brought many concepts and ideas to us that we weren't aware of yet. Now, if this is true, this would explain quite a few things about the Hebrew people in general. They seem to have many sacred geometries hidden within their culture. It also puts perspective on the story of Exodus. Perhaps Moses incarnated into that lifetime to free the Hebrews because they were not direct descendants of humans and were being treated.
What the fuck, man?
C. Jews in space!
That is...
Jews are in space.
Like... History of the World is a very funny movie. God, I hope Mel Brooks still has it for Spaceballs too, you know? But
unfairly. Or could it be that Moses was visited by an ascended master of the Hebrews who guided him to free their people? Given what we know about dimensions and consciousness, it definitely puts a fresh perspective on old stories that didn't make much sense. We could
Does the concept of Jewish people being time-traveling space aliens make everything make more sense to you? Does it really? I don't think that is a very common phenomenon.
Talk about this more, but let's continue for now. There were no problems caused by the Hebrews coming to Atlantis. They actually benefited our evolution. The other race that stepped in caused big problems. These beings came from the nearby planet of Mars. See, according to Thoth, Mars looked very much like Earth a little less than 1 million years ago. It was beautiful. It had oceans and water and trees that were just fantastic. But something happened to them, and it has to do with something called the Lucifer experiment.
Oh, great.
From the very beginning of creation, everything is simply an experiment. Creation itself was just consciousness creating and inhabiting itself in that creation. There is no divine plan. Spirit can do whatever it wants. Having said that, if Spirit decides to cut itself off from the rest of consciousness and create a separate reality on its own, it can do that too. This is called the Lucifer experiment. Because Spirit is God, it can do this. There is nothing wrong with that. We've kind of been led to
None of that made any sense whatsoever.
Of course!
Believe that Lucifer is evil and the devil. This just isn't true. Lucifer is just another means of perceiving the reality. It is not a unity perception of oneness, but rather a duality perception of two-ness. There's a flower of life pattern for Lucifer as well, but that's a big topic for another time.
Is it really? Is this a big topic for another time? Guys, if any of you fall for this, I am personally very disappointed in you.
Anytime the Lucifer experiment has been attempted in the universe, it always ends in failure. The species will cut itself off from love and will become incredibly male, left-brained.
So Satan is transing people to be men? Gotcha.
What always ends up happening is that everyone becomes very greedy. There is no compassion for one another, and everyone ends up fighting until they end up killing themselves. More than
Was this ever covered in a later video? I don't think so. I think this is the last one in his series. Hold up, Terrence Howard, is that you? 1 × 1 = 2.
A million years ago, the beings on Mars joined the Lucifer experiment, and it failed dramatically. Basically, they cut themselves off from the unity of the universe and created a separate reality. When the Martians severed the love bond, they became pure male, logical beings with no emotions. What happened?
So what you're saying is Mars created a planet of Vulcans? Oh man. The amount of mental anguish.
Happened on Mars was that they ended up fighting. Mars became a battleground. Eventually, it became clear that Mars was not going to survive. They blew their atmosphere away and destroyed the surface of the planet. Nova recently did an episode on planetary magnetics, and they found some interesting things about Mars. The planet didn't have a magnetic system, however the surface was magnetized, implying that at one point it did, but that something happened. Now, we've been discussing the star tetrahedron before.
Ah, yes. The only thing that possibly could have happened to Mars is planetary war. There surely aren't any kinds of forces in the universe or the galaxy that might lead to a planet losing its magnetosphere.
And now I want to give you a brief understanding of the Merkaba. The Merkaba...
Oh, fuck yeah, we're getting to the mind spaceships. Let's go.
...was known in ancient times as the Chariot of Ascension. It is the star tetrahedral energy field around the body. All around the world, there are references...
Yeah, chat. Get your star tetrahedrals in order, okay? Your star tetrahedrals are all over the place right now. It's why you guys can't fly through the air like birds. You stupid dinguses. If you only paid attention to your star tetrahedrals, everything would be okay and it'd be cool as hell.
...to this in ancient texts. When activated to its full potential, the Merkaba, which is both a tool and part of your being, can be used to do the impossible, included but not limited to changing dimensions and traveling through the universe. Before Mars was destroyed, they built huge tetrahedral pyramids. They built 3, 4, and 5-sided pyramids, eventually building a complex that was able to build a synthetic Merkaba. After...
Can I love this.
Eventually building a complex that was able to build...
Yeah, of course. We have a tetrahedral here, and as you can see, there's a city over here. Clearly, these giant formations must be a city. And here's, of course, a Tholus. And yeah, this is the Mars face. You know, it's a face, of course. It's a face thing. And that proves my point. This is crazy. It really is, you know? This is not an argument.
A synthetic Merkaba. After a million years or so, it's been eroded, but the proof is there. Now, because the Martians were severed from the Unity consciousness, they couldn't create a living Merkaba. They simply used it as a tool. They created a synthetic Merkaba to travel in time and find a new home. A small group of Martians tried to get away from Mars before it was destroyed, and that place they found was Earth. About 65,000 years in our past. They saw this little vortex sitting there, just pulling in life, with no one in it. They didn't...
Just a poor little innocent vortex, hoping some life comes along and we can pull you into our vortex. Oh, I hope nothing happens to our vortex.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Asked permission, being part of the Lucifer experiment, they just said, all right, let's do it. And they stepped onto that vortex, and in doing so, they joined and changed our evolutionary...
Oh, cool. Here's the highest resolution image of the face on Mars. Oh, it doesn't really look doesn't really look like a face. Oh, okay. Thanks, NASA.
Path. Thoth's father, Thome, was one of the Nakals who set up Atlantis on the island of Udal. That island, the top—
Is this Timu Scientology? Yes. You've gotten it. Heck, Spud, you've won the stream. Congratulations. You did it!
When you need a tetrahedral synthetic Merkaba to move you between your inner 12-year-old girl and the Lucifer experiment trans man you become.
Yeah, look, every trans person needs their tetrahedral star in order, okay? It's very important.
Top of the Tree of Life was the brain of Atlantis, and on it was a small city called Poseidon. This city is what Plato—
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, we're in Poseidon City. Okay.
was discussing when he said that Poseidon bore 10 children, the 10 circles on the Tree of Life. Poseidon was made of 3 rings painted in black, red, and white stones, and it was the symbol for Atlantis. The inner circle represented the Nakals, the middle circle were the priesthood, called the Maya, and the outer circle represented the regular people of Atlantis. We'll come back to this down the road. There were only a few thousand Martians who came to Earth through the synthetic Merkaba.
I do want to point out here, Plato didn't write any of this stuff. This is all, we're just imagining if this was true.
We'll come back to this down the road. There were only a few thousand Martians who came to Earth through the synthetic Merkaba. The first thing they did when they arrived in Atlantis was try to take over the continent. They tried to declare war and invade. However, they were vulnerable due to their small numbers, compared to the millions of Atlanteans, and we finally subdued them. We were able to stop them from conquering us, but we could not send them back. When this happened on our evolutionary path, we now had the planetary consciousness of a 14-year-old girl.
Man, what the fuck? It's so sussy. Like, come on, man. We had the planetary evolution of a 14-year-old girl. Call SVU, all right?
The Martians were an incredibly male species, and also very old. So what you had was a 14-year-old girl being taken over by a 60 or 70-year-old man. We had no choice in the matter. The Martians just stepped in and said, like it or not, we're here. They didn't care what we thought or felt about it. Really, it was no different from what the settlers of North America did to the Native Americans. Once the initial
Yeah, except, you know, what the settlers did to the indigenous people of the Americas was real, and this is all imaginary bullshit. You know, I feel like that's a pretty clear distinction, actually.
conflict was over, it was agreed that the Martians would try and understand this female thing they lacked. This emotional feeling, which they had none of at all.
Yeah, and as we all know, women are only emotion, and men are only logic. Which, you know, if you start thinking about it that way, none of this story makes any sense. Why a rational, logical group of people would show up as refugees and immediately try and kill everyone, despite a massive, like, imbalance of power that clearly goes against them. You know, that doesn't seem like a really rational or logical thing to do to me, but, you know, it's his weird knockoff D&D world, so, you know, who am I to judge?
Things more or less settled for a while, but the Martians slowly began to implement their left-brain technologies, which the Atlanteans knew nothing about. One after the other, the Martians kept putting out these left-brain inventions, until the Atlanteans
The left brain inventions.
nothing about.
Ladders.
One after the other.
String. Clocks? And snorkels. Only left brains could ever have thought of that.
The Martians kept putting out these left-brain inventions, until the Atlanteans slowly began to see things through their left brain. We slowly began to become a male species. The Martians gained control, bit by bit, until eventually they had all of the power, as was their intention. The animosity between Atlanteans and the Martians never subsided, not even till the end of Atlantis. They hated each other. The Atlanteans were shoved down and treated like
Periwinkle, thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate it.
inferiors. It was like a marriage that the female component didn't like, but the male component didn't really care if she liked it or not. It remained this way for a very long time, until about 26,000 years ago.
I'm so lost. Okay, let me attempt to summarize, okay? So this guy is saying that the actual history of humanity is, one, and first and foremost, a secret that has been hidden by the academic establishment that tries to tell you things like human beings could build the pyramids of Giza, and that, oh, don't worry, ancient manuscripts don't talk about Atlantis. And instead, the real history of the world is that after it was created, human beings lived in a chain of islands called Lemuria, and then gained a level of consciousness so high that Lemuria sank and humanity spread across the globe. But the super smart people from Lemuria got together and created Atlantis with their high levels of consciousness. And at that point, summoned everyone back to the Atlantis in order to make the tree of life there out of spirit energy. And then that tree of life went on to attract more life.
Dimensional text messages. What do?
Jack, I can't get any of my spiral tetrahedrons in alignment due to all the Thadans, and El Cantara keeps sending me fourth dimensional text messages. What do? Well, clearly what you do is you find a bunch of Martians to send a message El Cantare can't refuse. Paladin Lost, thank you for the $15 dono. So, everyone came to Atlantis to build the Tree of Life out of spirit energy, but then the future space Hebrews, who are an alien race, popped into existence to live alongside the Atlanteans, and the space Martians traveled after they experimented with Lucifer, creating a new reality, traveled to Earth as refugees because they were torn apart by war and devastation. And that's where we're at now, as far as the real history of humanity, according to, spirit science.
When the next phase slowly began. Before we continue, we have to talk about polar shifts. See, in the 1930s, Edgar Cayce was channeling information for a geologist. When he stopped...
Yeah, also, when he says channeling information for a geologist, he doesn't mean, like, processing information or, like, going over a geologist's information to use his own expertise to, like, come to different conclusions. No, he means channeling spirits on the behalf of a geologist. Which just translates to a guy made a bunch of shit up.
And he said, "There's something you should know. In the near future, the Earth's poles are going to shift." Cayce was a brilliant man with a very strong connection to higher dimensions, where he communicated with other beings for the human race. Ultimately, it was because of his channelings that the belief system called New Age was created. This is again just putting what he was doing into boxes of understanding, because no one else understood what he was doing at that time. Nevertheless, when Cayce talked, people listened. Geologists began exploring the possibility of a polar shift, and they found something remarkable. A string of major pieces of evidence came forth and lent tremendous weight to what Cayce was saying, and they have now changed the world's view on the subject. Scientists believe...
Man, I love that apparently whenever some dumbass says something offhandedly that turns out to be true, they're actually the next spiritual leader of the world. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dave down at the drugstore in the tinfoil hat, I think he might be the next, Nostradamus, I think that's what it's called.
That if there was going to be a physical pole shift, there would also be a change in the magnetic poles. Through studying lava beds, geologists were able to see...
Are they schizo high? No, they're just a cult leader.
Where the planetary magnetics were when the lava beds hardened at certain depths. They found that the earlier magnetic poles were not where they were now, but in Hawaii. The last shift that took place was 13,000 years ago, and we will get there in the story soon. They did another test and found that...
Oh, 13,000 years ago, the fall of consciousness?
It had shifted again 26,000 years ago as well. Scientists also learned that polar shifts happen very quickly. In a single day, the magnetics would do a complete flip, or turn 90 degrees. There's that number again. And within 24 hours, the sun would be rising differently than it did the previous day. This shift has happened hundreds of times over the last 100 million years on Earth, but it's speeding up now and happening faster and faster. Now only 13,000 years between each shift.
Oh no, soon it'll be shifting every day.
He's cribbing the style of his video from the Dan era of extra credits. I just want to slap him and say get their style out of your video.
Right? Like, it is very similar to an extent that when I first became aware of this channel years and years and years ago, I thought it was a spin-off of Extra Credits, and I thought that like Extra Credits had actually like become a cult, which wasn't the case, but like I did think that for a not insignificant period of time, you know?
A whole new viewpoint is beginning to be understood. From space, would this not appear as a pulse? Now, there's a lot more to talk about with polar shifts, but I'm going to give you the basics. A scientist named Charles Hapgood was studying this at great detail because the leading theory behind what caused polar shifts was still underdeveloped at the time. He came up with a theory that demonstrated to be possible through various experiments. Through these experiments, they learned that the surface of the Earth, the crust, could slip over the main mass of the Earth, which continues its rotation as if nothing happened. The crust would rotate and spin out of control until eventually it settles again in a new location aligned with the new magnetics. During this time, there are massive earthquakes and tsunamis and devastations that rock the world. Doesn't that sound a bit like the destruction described in the Book of Revelations?
I mean, I guess if you interpret any destruction as being similar to what's described in Revelations, then sure, I guess. It also sounds very similar to what's described in The Day After Tomorrow and Independence Day. And insert most high-budget films that occur on Earth.
Now, I don't want to freak anyone out. Besides Edgar Cayce's account, many other ancient prophecies, including Nostradamus and Mayan prophecies, have talked about polar shifts in one way or another. And modern science is becoming increasingly...
They've talked about polar shifts in one way or another is a crazy way to say. They've all talked about, like, apocalyptic events, which I want to point out, it's an entire genre of literature. It's apocalyptic literature is a genre and is incredibly common across the ancient world. This isn't unique. They're not talking about the same fucking things.
Aware that there is going to be a polar shift in our near future, which is lining up with our consciousness.
This guy's brain is literally left behind. Yeah, true.
Shift, though they don't take that aspect into account. It's funny, actually. A while back, Nova did 2 reports on polar shifts, and both times NASA shut them down. Then
I'm sorry, a while back?
A while back, Nova did...
In 2003?
2 reports on polar shifts, and both times NASA shut them down. Then recently, Nova released a new video called Earth's Magnetic Storm. That video shows all of the evidence for pole shifts without actually using the words pole shift. It's almost as if a specific company doesn't want us knowing about this and the evidence.
Ah, yes. NASA. It must be in on the Mars conspiracy. It must be a figment of the Lucifer experiments.
That's been brought forth. Polar shifts are directly related to the magnetics of the planet as well. Planetary magnetics are supposed to look like this, but the reality is much different. Our magnetics have been weakening over the last 500 years or so, and today, they look a little more like this. It was the magnetics becoming more and more warped that's causing many of the problems we've seen in the last 20 years. Birds follow the magnetics of the planet to migrate, and they'd be ending up in places they shouldn't be. Whales were continually beaching themselves in the 90s because they followed these magnetics, which led them to land where there should have been water. As for humans, you know how on the night of the full moon there are more rapes, murders, and violent crimes than any other night of the lunar cycle? Well, the moon affects the magnetics of the Earth, slightly. But the magnetics are so warped right now, it's affecting how we think and act as a planet.
And I'm just throwing this out there, there's more light that allows people to see more easily and do crimes with fewer witnesses. That's assuming, by the way, that he's even saying something true about the level of criminality that occurs on nights of the full moon, which I am absolutely not inclined to grant him, but even if I did, there are way more clear and obvious explanations than magnets, bro, trust me.
Collapse of social structure is related to the geomagnetics of the Earth, or perhaps it's the other way around. There's one other thing that we need to discuss about polar shifts. They always line up with a consciousness shift. They are interrelated. Thoth lived on Atlantis for a very long time, and he told us that he saw the Earth shift 5 times, watching the sun rise in the east, and then the west, then the east, then the west. This is how to explain why during a consciousness shift at the end of Lemuria, it sank beneath the oceans and Atlantis rose. If the crust was spinning randomly around the planet, many geological events such as continents rising and falling would take place. Now that we have an understanding of polar shifts, we can continue with this drama on Atlantis. 26,000 years ago, we were
Jesus Christ, this is so cooked.
Exactly where we were today on the precession of the equinox. We had gone through our falling asleep phase, and we were about to begin waking up. It was at this point that there was a small consciousness shift. We actually went down in consciousness, not up. A piece of Atlantis about the size of Rhode Island sank into the ocean. This caused a tremendous amount of fear within the Atlanteans, because they thought they were going to lose the whole continent, like what happened.
Why not just use your higher level of consciousness to bring it back?
With Lemuria. Because of the consciousness shift, one of the bigger things they lost was their connection to the future. They couldn't foresee big events such as the potential sinking of their home. After about 200 years, this fear began to subside. Now, in both the Bible and the Sumerian records, the accounts of Adam, Eve, and all of their children were recorded to have exceptionally long lifespans, like 900 years or so. So 200 years for us back then is like 20 years for us today. We'll explain how we got there soon.
Okay.
Things kind of settled for a while, and then between 13,000 and 16,000 years ago, a comet approached the Earth. Because we were living at a high...
He said the moon affects behavior, but doesn't believe that it affects the tides. No. It only affects magnets, like our brains. You really gotta stay on the ball with this one. You gotta make sure you're following the insanity, because if you don't keep up with it, it will consume you. And man, I hope that pointing out how stupid this is, how utterly out of whack this is with reality, that I am to some degree inoculating you guys from this bullshit. Specifically, like, ancient aliens bullshit, and, you know, new age bullshit, and all of this is bullshit. And I really hope you guys realize that, because it's pretty obvious to me, but, like, he's wrong about practically everything he says.
Consciousness across all dimensions, the Atlanteans became aware of it before it hit. A great conflict occurred in Atlantis. The Martians, who were in the minority even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology. However, the Nakals...
What?
Because we were living at a high consciousness across all dimensions, the Atlanteans became aware of it before it hit. A great conflict occurred in Atlantis. The Martians, who were in the minority even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology. However, the Nakals had learned of the comet's true nature, and the Atlanteans protested. They said that the comet was in divine order. They had to allow it to take place naturally. Let it...
What? No, don't worry, bro. We're at a high enough consciousness. This meteor strike won't kill all of us. No, sure, we have lasers that could blow it up. Don't use those. Let it hit, we'll be fine.
It hit the Earth. That's what's supposed to happen. The Martians fought the Atlanteans, but in the end, they gave in. The Martians agreed to...
Does this channel have many followers? This video has over 5 million views, and the channel has 1.5 million subscribers.
Let it hit the Earth. When the time arrived, it came screaming into the atmosphere, plunging into the Atlantic Ocean just off to the western shores of Atlantis, near where Charleston, South Carolina is now. Only...
Ah, damn. Okay.
Only that was at the bottom of the ocean at the time. The remnants of the comet are now scattered across 4 states, and science has definitely determined that it hit at least 12,000 years ago, if not more. They're still finding pieces today. Although the main portion struck near Charleston, a few fragments actually hit the main body of Atlantis.
Wait, I'm sorry. I completely missed the part where Atlantis is like just off the coast of the East Coast. For what I thought that we had established early on that it was somewhere in like the Pacific Ocean. But no, it's like sitting like right up on the East Coast of America. I could scuba dive that. Yeah. No, guys. Just go go down there. You can find it. It's right there.
Atlantis, crashing into an area right where the Martians were living, killing a huge portion of their population. They were pissed. They said, "It's all over. We're divorcing you, and we're gonna do whatever we want. You can do what you want, but we will never listen to you again."
What did we do? We just thought that this comet should strike you and kill so many of you. Why are you angry at us? You had lasers that could have stopped it. Why are you mad?
We know this whole bit. We've seen it in divorced families throughout the world. And the children? Well, look at our modern world today. We are the children. You can guess.
Oh, okay. We're the children of divorce, and we'll never be okay because children from divorced families are never okay. That's insane. Sometimes, like, divorce is good. Like, sometimes children come out stronger because they have now 2 loving families instead of just 1. We are the children of divorced aliens? Yeah, according to this guy.
That's what the Martians did next. Their primary interface with the reality was control, and when their anger rose to meet their desire for control, they decided to take over the Earth. They began to once again create a complex.
Those damn Martians always trying to take over the Earth.
Like the one they built on Mars long ago, to try and create another synthetic Merkaba. If they had succeeded, they would have gained control over everything on the planet. The only thing was, around 50,000 Earth years had passed since they had built a Merkaba, and they didn't quite remember how to do it.
Ha, chumps. Martians forgetting how to make a synthetic Merkaba? Chumps.
But they thought they did. The Martians built
the Star of David was not expected? Oh, that's because you missed the part of the video where he straight up said that Hebrews are space aliens who are time travelers from the future. So that explains why it was unexpected to you to see a Star of David. It's the weirdest anti-Semitism I've ever seen in my life.
Buildings in Atlantis. They set up the whole experiment, threw the switch, and lost control. The destruction was immense. In this reality, you can hardly make a greater error than to create an out-of-control Merkaba. The experiment began to rip open the dimensional levels. Not the higher ones, but the lower ones.
Oh no, not the lower dimensional levels. They're the load-bearing dimensions.
To give an analogy, if you took a knife and slit open your stomach, the stomach acids would seep into other parts of the body that it's not supposed to be in. That's like ripping open the dimensions. The Martians almost destroyed the Earth. The environmental disaster we are experiencing today is nothing in comparison. Though today's disasters are—
Wait, where have the Hebrews been during all this? They were able to peacefully merge with the Atlanteans. Though I imagine they're doing something in the background of all of this? I don't know.
A direct result of these events. Because of this tear in the dimensional levels, a huge number of lower dimensional spirits and beings were thrown out of their comfort zone and into these higher levels. They were forced into a world that they did not know or understand. To survive, they needed bodies, and began automatically entering into the bodies of people.
Oh no, not Thetans!
For every human body, there were hundreds of lower dimensional spirits inhabiting them. These beings were Earthlings, like us, but very different, not coming from this dimension. It was a catastrophe. Probably the biggest the Earth has ever seen. The reason the Nakals were special wasn't just because of their incredibly high consciousness, making them like guides of Atlantis. They also had achieved what today we call immortality. Let's just say they figured out a way to keep their body—
Okay, but why did you even animate your guy also doing air quotes? Like, you animated air quotes in there. Why are you air quoting immortality in your own fictional story?
Healthy and young for as long as they chose, and could choose to pass on whenever they desired it.
Is this satire? No, this is an actual cult.
When reincarnating, they do not suffer the great memory loss that we do when we incarnate. They did it through their expanded consciousness and tantric interdimensional sex meditations.
Oh. Who hasn't had a tantric metaphysical sex meditation? Explains a lot, actually. It all makes sense now.
This is how Thoth was a priest king of Atlantis for thousands of years and stayed on Earth until 15 years ago when he gave all of his memories and understanding about sacred geometry to a man named Drunvalo Melchizedek. The Merkaba is formed out of 3 star tetrahedrons overlaid on top of each other. 2 of them are counter-rotating and the third is stationary. When the Merkaba is formed with the unity consciousness, it is formed internally with love. When it is formed externally through the Lucifer experiment, it does not have that love and can become unstable very quickly. The Martians' attempt at controlling the world took place on one of the small islands in the west of Atlantis. This place today is known as the Bermuda Triangle. It's a triangle.
Oh shit! Oh shit, chat! Atlantis is the Bermuda Triangle! Oh, it all makes sense now! It makes sense, the pieces are falling into place!
Because the top of the stationary tetrahedron of the Merkaba is actually sticking out of the water there, which causes a huge electromagnetic imbalance in that area. Many planes and boats have—
Damn, okay, so Atlantis began the work of creating a spiritual tetrahedron, and one of the points of the Merkaba comes out of the water.
This year has been hard for me because my GMA passed back in June and it's been a struggle, so thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kazooie, but thank you for being a member for 15 months, and I'm glad that silly debunking streams like this can help. The big God-shaped hole. Yeah, the biggest God-shaped hole. The Bermuda Triangle, which is a God-shaped triangle, but it's close enough to a God-shaped hole.
You have a God-shaped hole.
reported to have gone missing there. They just vanished without a trace. The imbalance is multidimensional, and in many cases, these ships and planes have been sucked into different dimensions, never to be seen again. That Merkaba is still there on the seafloor today, but from what I know, it's going to be corrected soon. The Nicals did their best to save Atlantis. They sent most of the lower dimensional beings back, at least as many as they could, and sealed up the dimensional tear. Despite this, the situation got really bad, really fast. All of the economic systems collapsed. Financial, social, and all concepts of how life ought to be completely broke down. Everyone on Atlantis began getting sick with weird diseases, and the entire continent went into a state of survival. Life was no longer about living. It became about surviving until tomorrow. It was a literal hell on Earth. The Nicals had
those goddamn Lucifer experiments.
No idea what to do. They were children compared to the events that had been thrust upon them. So, they prayed. They prayed to the highest levels of conscious life in the universe, asking for help from anyone who could hear them. The problem was reviewed on many high levels of life, who I am drawing as the Justice League because the 11th and 12th dimensions are completely incomprehensible to us in our current state. What they told us was this.
Yes, the 11th and 12th level Justice League. Okay, dude.
We were going to fall. We were going to hit rock bottom, level 1, the lowest place we possibly could be in the universe and still survive. Also, we were changing polarity. We were no longer a female species, so we were starting from square one as a male species. And finally, and this was the shocker, we would only have 13,000 years to return to Christ consciousness. Normally, it takes hundreds of thousands of years for a species to get to Christ consciousness. We had to do it in a fraction of the time. If we didn't, we would not survive. This has never happened before in the universe, ever.
We're super special. We can do it, chat. We can achieve Christ consciousness.
Thoth, who was the priest king of Atlantis at the time, learned that they would have to perform this experiment on themselves. They received instructions from the highest levels of life and they went on their way. Thoth proceeded with a being named Ra and Aragat, who were previous kings of Atlantis, and began the experiment. To understand what they did, we have to talk about consciousness grids. A planetary...
Okay, yeah. The consciousness grid. It's like the internet, but with your brain. Okay.
Grid is an etheric crystalline structure that envelops the planet and holds the
Is this real? Yeah. I mean, all of this information is garbage. Like, this is all, like, cult gibberish. But, like, the person making it is a cult leader who does exploit members of the cult who believe this for real.
Consciousness of any one species of life. This grid does have an electromagnetic component associated with the third dimension, but it also has a component for every dimension as well. These grids are geometric, of course, and science will eventually discover that there is a grid for every species in the world. Each of these grids have their own geometry and are unique. There's not another one like it, just as the species itself are unique. These grids give off light as well, and from space they can be seen as the source of the bluish glow around the Earth.
That's the fucking atmosphere. What do you...
What Thoth and friends had to do was create a synthetic Christ consciousness grid.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, the comments are pretty sad. You know? Like... I don't know. The oldest comments on this video from, like, people who actually believe it, it is really sad. God.
Allowing humans to ascend to the Christ consciousness.
Like, luckily, this has been around for long enough that a lot of people have been like, have discovered it and been like, this is clearly a cult. Please stop believing this. But even so, a not insignificant number of people did believe this shit.
Consciousness in a very short time. But first, let's talk about the science behind the grid. Perhaps you've heard of the 100th monkey experiment. Over a span of 30 years, scientists were researching a species of monkey called Macaca fuscata on an island in Japan. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes by dropping them in the sand. The monkeys liked sweet potatoes, but they didn't like the sand and dirt so much. A few monkey children figured out that they could wash their sweet potatoes, and some of them taught the technique to their parents. Only a few of the adult monkeys did this though. This went on for some time, until one day, the monkeys who actually knew the technique hit critical mass. And bingo! The technique started spreading faster than it did before. Monkeys started learning it really easily, across all of the Japanese islands nearby, as well as on the mainland. They knew that there had to be something that wasn't yet understood about how a species is connected to itself. So, what did we do? We tried it on.
The animation is familiar. Did they copy it from someone else? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Very reminiscent of extra credits.
On humans. A research team made a picture out of human faces. About 100 faces hidden within a single picture, but at first glance, you could only see about 6 or 7. They did several surveys with a few hundred people in Australia and said, alright, find the faces. Most people could only pick out 6, 7, 8, 9 or so, not many more. After that, the research team went to Britain and aired the picture on a closed cable BBC special that was shown only in England. They showed where all of the faces were, every last one. Half of the research team, which stayed in Australia, did the experiment again with new subjects. And lo and behold, people were just naturally able to see more faces. After this experiment...
Yeah, there's no way there could be other explanations for that. Like, I don't know. It's almost like if you look up any of these things, they're very easy to debunk. And I have debunked this before, and it's just different groups of people are going to guess different numbers of faces or try and identify different numbers of faces. It's not a constant how many faces are going to be guessed, and the variable that determines how many faces is in no way related to what is shown to a bunch of British people.
They knew that something definitely connects us all, and the field of noetics is learning more about it daily. It's mass consciousness. In Lesson 11, I showed...
I'm sorry, the field of Dianetics?
And the field of noetics is learning more about it daily.
Noetics, sorry.
It's mass consciousness. In Lesson 11, I showed you the 3 levels of consciousness. Each of these levels have their own consciousness grids around the planet, and our second level grid is based on squares and triangles. Many governments of the world, especially the Russian and US governments, were studying our grids back in the 60s and probably earlier. When mapping out the grid on the planet...
Yeah, and then they found out that was all bullshit, and they stopped spending money on it because it was a waste.
You find little military bases on many of the nodal points of the grid. There are tons of these bases way out in the middle of nowhere, like on little islands like Guam. This couldn't be a coincidence.
Yeah, it couldn't possibly be the strategic importance of island bases like Guam. It couldn't be that. It must be random dots on a map that I made up.
That these government powers place their bases right where the little spirals came out of the grid. They were trying to take control of the grid, because if you control consciousness, you control what we think and feel. Of course, there was another organization that had its hand in both of these governments, and still do, and we will discuss them soon enough.
Oh boy.
This grid is visible through astral projection as well. 13,000 years ago, it began. Thoth, Ra, and Aragat were to create a global complex that was able to build a synthetic Christ consciousness grid over a 13,000-year time period. The first thing they did was to fly to a place which is now called the Giza Plateau, but back then it was known as the land of Chem. It was also a rainforest back then as well, not desert like it is today. First, they created a grid around the planet fourth dimensionally, and then began to construct it in the physics.
They created it very fourth dimensionally. Don't worry, guys. If you haven't seen the grid, it's because it exists in the fourth dimension.
Physical third dimension. They went to the male energetic axis of the Earth and constructed a complex which today is called the Solar Cross. These men were sixth-dimensional beings at that time and were living at a very high level of consciousness, so whatever they thought happened instantly. It was that simple. According to Thoth, he built the Great Pyramid, not the Egyptian king Cheops.
Noetics is Dan Brown shit. That makes a whole lot of sense.
I am Aragot, son of Arathot.
And I demand to be carnal.
You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you.
Thoth says that it was built 200 years prior to the pole shift and built very quickly. These pyramids were aligned precisely with both Fibonacci and golden mean spirals emanating from out of the solar cross.
They're not.
Interestingly enough, Edgar Cayce also channeled that the pyramids were constructed in this time. The pyramids were also found to be built from the top down. The stones on top were placed first, which has baffled researchers ever since. Every time more is learned about the pyramids, we move further into dark on understanding how they were formed. If what Thoth says is true, well, that explains everything. From there, Thoth and friends constructed an entire network.
Who the fuck is Thoth? Thoth is like one of the most powerful Atlanteans.
Of temples and structures along this grid fourth dimensionally, placing them on nodes on the new synthetic Christ consciousness grid they were creating. All of them were made with Fibonacci or golden mean spirals, and all of them were mathematically referred back to the solar cross in Egypt through the Great Pyramid. The creation of all of the sacred sites on the planet were no accident. It was a single consciousness that created them all, from Machu Picchu to Stonehenge to Zaghuan. You name it.
You know, I'm still really hung up on the idea he threw out there of the pyramids being built from the top. Like, obviously that's not true, but that's such a wildly, obviously untrue thing to say. Like, what could you possibly be thinking to justify
This
that?
just in: Microsoft is the worst. Trying to activate Windows is the worst. Doing anything ever through Microsoft is the worst. Thanks for the content, Jack.
You're very welcome, Nathan. I'm sorry you're struggling to activate Windows. Windows has gotten progressively worse over time, especially with all the AI slop in it these days.
A few exceptions, but most were created by a single awareness as part of a unity consciousness grid. Although the Great Pyramid was done all at once, many of these ancient structures of the world were made fourth dimensionally and slowly dropped in frequency until they manifested on the third dimension over a long period of time. Richard Hoagland's research brings this forward, but he wasn't the first either.
Oh, wait a minute.
Third dimension over a long period of time. Richard Hoagland.
Look, it's the Mars face. You know, the Mars face that we already debunked by showing, like, the highest resolution image from NASA of it, and it looks nothing like a face. Cool.
Hoagland's research brings this forward, but he wasn't the first either. They showed how one sacred site is extrapolated from another to another to another. A hot topic of discussion right now are ley lines. These are simply geometric relations between sacred sites. Archaeologists are now finding these huge connections between major spiritual sites in the globe, and now we know why they're connected.
They're not. This is just pattern recognition gone awry. The same way it goes awry when people delve into numerology, the same way pattern recognition goes absolutely haywire when looking at, like, different associations between numbers or words or phrases. You see this a lot in, like, fundamentalist Christian circles, by the way, where people are like, it happened 6 times, and as we know, on the 7th day he rested. But 6 is the number of days that lead up to the rest day, and if you divide that by 2, you get 3. And what else is 3? The Holy Trinity. Like, then it just goes like that for like 2 hours, you know? We got a real Pepe Sylvia on our hands here.
These sites had to be built physically so that the Christ consciousness grid could manifest. In a way, think of the physical sites as the wiring of a giant wireless electrical system, and then it needs about 13,000 years of continuous energy flow for it to actually...
on a map, you can make anything look like anything.
True. True, Nathan. You can even draw like a giant dick on a map, and you can make... Look at that, you drew a dick on the map. Now, there's just a giant penis there. Just a giant world penis. Which happens when the Earth age hits 18. Also, have I seen the channel Mind Unveiled? I have not. You're a male, happy to break it to you? Man, I've never heard that one before. Thank you.
Really turn on.
It'll really change my life. I think I'll turn some things around. You know, start taking some testosterone, grow a beard, dick down your mom, you know, live out my real best life.
And just so that you're not left in suspense, yes, the grid was completed. It came to life and is now active, though not really used. Congratulations, Earth. We actually survived. Not only has Thoth told us this in person, but he's also written it down in the Emerald Tablets. These tablets were left in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago. There are 12 tablets in total, formed
Oh yeah, the super special tablets. You can tell because they're written in emerald.
from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and corrosion. Their atomic...
As we all know, emeralds resist all corrosion and...
structure is fixed in place, and no change can ever take place.
Yeah, though emeralds totally can't be changed ever.
In that respect, they violate the material laws of ionization. These tablets share a great wisdom, and you can read them at over 100 different levels of consciousness, and you will always understand...
Whoa, 100 whole levels of consciousness? How many dimensions are we talking?
Understand them differently. If you're interested in this stuff, you should definitely consider reading them. As you can probably tell, Thoth plays a pretty large role in what happened. Most of this information comes from him. Thoth also provided most of this information about the flower of life and its geometric relationship to consciousness with us. And
I'm on level 99 of consciousness. I'm on level 420 of consciousness. It's great.
this stuff is tied intimately to the geometry of the universe. Considering the quality and quantity of information that he has shared, it makes you really start considering that this next part can be true. The Great Pyramid has a legendary missing capstone. According to the Emerald Tablets, deep under the Great Pyramid there's a room called the Hall of Records. This room was not built by Thoth and long predates the Atlantean civilization. Within the Hall of Records...
How? In what like, by whomst? Whomst predated the in your story you got the Lemurians. Did the Lemurians build it?
Records is the capstone of the pyramid, which is 5.5 inches high, solid gold, and completely holographic image of the Great Pyramid. It has all of the little rooms and everything. However, this leaves us with a 24 square foot piece of the Great Pyramid that's missing. If what Thoth says is true, that missing piece actually belongs to a very special airship that exists on Earth. And the way to the airship is through the Sphinx. The Sphinx, according to Thoth, is not 12,000 years old, but dates back over 5.5 million years on Earth. Deep under the Sphinx, about 1 mile down, is a
what happened to the top of the pyramids? They were stolen? They were stolen and taken? Like, it's not... There's a lot of archaeological work on this. Like, a lot of the outer blocks were taken over the course of thousands of years to be used in other types of projects. God.
Round room with a flat floor and flat ceiling. Inside this room is the oldest synthetic object on Earth. The object is about 2 city blocks in size. It's round like a disc and has a flat bottom and...
Is this person clinically insane? Might be part of it, and the other part of it is that he runs a cult.
Top. It is also only about 3 atoms thick, except for a pattern on the top and bottom which looks like this. This pattern is 5 atoms thick. Thoth says that it's powered by consciousness, thoughts, and feelings, and connects with your own living Merkaba, which means that it becomes an extension of you and your own energy fields. The ship is also intimately connected with the spirit of the Earth, and is the protector for the whole planet.
What? Like, the tops of the pyramids were just, like, gold-plated, or sometimes were, like, of a high-quality stone with engravings. Like, they weren't magic.
Thoth built the pyramid the way he did to fit with the ship. When on top of the Great Pyramid, it creates this image.
Oh, hell nah, they circumcised my pyramid. Oh, I'm sorry, Dragonfly.
From above. The disc ship has a circumference equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid. As we discussed in Lesson 11, whenever that ratio appears, life occurs. This ship can only be used by the purest of souls. See, whenever we approach the point in the precession of the equinox...
Okay, but what if you're a dick and you use it? What happens? If you're just a real piece of shit and you use the ship, what happens?
Occupation. Stand-up philosopher. What? Stand-up philosopher. I coalesce the vapor of human experience into a viable and logical comprehension.
Oh, a bullshit artist.
Where our poles do these shifts,
That
we
is
become very
how this
vulnerable.
be.
Things often degenerate, and while things become chaotic, there are often other species who wish to take us over. This has always happened, not just with us, but with all evolving consciousness. Every time a takeover seems imminent, a very pure person will find their way to the ship and raise it into the air. The Earth and Sun will connect with that person and give him or her great power.
So in a time of crisis, Goku happens, and Goku fights the aliens, and then we're safe. Yeah, okay, this was... alright.
Then, whatever that person thinks and feels will happen. And think about it. If consciousness is...
Whatever that person thinks and feels will happen? Alright.
The primary core component of the entire planet, does it not make sense that it would have its own defense mechanism? This defense...
No, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
...is an airship that plugs into the Earth and the Sun, allowing the Earth to have protection. Our takeover event actually already happened, the same year the Christ grid was activated. The year was...
The Christ grid? In 1989? Oh no, okay.
It was 1989, and we were having some troubles with the Greys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that time, everyone remembers that in 1989 when we were being invaded by the gray aliens.
Of ETs who were slowly plotting takeover due to a previous scuffle we were having. A very pure woman in Peru made the Ascension
lie. B. Arthur and Mel Brooks are the platonic ideal of a comedic married couple.
That's true.
Process into the Christ consciousness grid and found the ship. She tuned it to the frequency of the fourth dimension where she raised it through the Earth and into the air, and manifested a situation for the Greys to leave. Within a very short time, the Greys began getting sick, and remained sick for as long as they stayed here. They have been forced to leave for now, and we are once again safe. The ship is a warship in that whatever race is trying to take over, the person will just think them away. Think up a situation.
Okay, so apparently there was an alien invasion in 1989 that was almost successful, but then a woman in Peru said, "Not today, aliens," and summoned the spaceship that didn't attack them or get rid of them immediately. It just War of the Worlds them and made them sick, and then they left. Okay, alright. Thanks, anonymous lady from Peru.
And force them to leave. Returning to the events on Atlantis, after completing the complex in Egypt, Thoth and pals...
And who was that hero? I'll never tell.
Returned to Atlantis where they waited for about 200 years until that critical point on the precession of the equinox where the poles would shift. They knew that Atlantis would sink and they would be ready.
Previously on Thoth and Pals.
Thoth, the poles are shifting.
Oh, the pole shift?
Yeah, whoa, what's wrong with your eyes?
I don't know.
When Thoth first saw signs of the polar shift...
What the fuck was that? Why do we have... Okay, alright. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Shift. They returned to the land of Chem and raised the warship into the sky. They went to Atlantis and picked up the Nakals. The Nakals weren't just passengers though, and each and every being was working in unity to create a very powerful Merkaba around themselves and the ship. They returned to the Great Pyramid and landed the ship on top, forming the phi ratio with the pyramid.
I'm sorry, the top of the pyramid is it's a landing pad? Also, this shape in no way resembles this symbol.
Pyramid. And then, it happened. The poles began to shift, and human consciousness began to plummet. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic and magnetic fields of the Earth collapsed, and all life on the planet went into the Great Void, the 3.5 days of absolute blackness described by many ancient cultures in the world.
What?
The Emerald Tablets say that whenever we go through a polar shift, we go through a void space as...
What? if we snapped out of existence around the sun for 3 days, the entire planet would be destroyed.
As we change our frequencies for about 3.5 days. This is also in the Troano document, depicted by 3.5 stones painted black. This refers to a time when we go through what science calls the electromagnetic null zone.
The Troano document doesn't talk about this.
During the pole shift, a phenomenon takes place where everything just seems to disappear for a certain time. Usually it's between 2 to 4 days, and the last time it was 3.5 days. Here's where it gets interesting. What happens to us does not usually happen to a normal species, because most advanced species will have their Merkabahs handy at the time of the shift. We didn't, due to our little crisis, and we got sucked into the void space without protection. This resulted in us losing our memories. Science realizes that all of our memories are connected through cells in our brains as well as fields around our heads. What is not entirely understood
I don't think that's true whatsoever.
by science yet, at least not directly, is the connection our memories have with the planet itself. We've discussed this before. The magnetics of the Earth affect how we think and act. The Merkabah is an electromagnetic field.
No, they don't. He's like maybe 2 minutes away from saying something like magnetism is made out of your memories. You know, he's like 2 seconds away from trying to make a claim like that, and if that happens, I'm done. I'm out. I can't.
That you create around your body that can serve as protection from void as you're consciously going through it. What happened to us when we didn't have that protection? It was a clean wipe. When we existed on Atlantis, we were living at a very high level of consciousness in a higher dimension. We had extremely advanced and sophisticated bodies and minds, and were capable of practically anything, living in a dimension where molecules were spaced so far apart that consciousness could interact with them without physically moving.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's hard to explain because you can literally shape your environment immediately through your consciousness in these higher frequencies. In that sense, we were creators, knowing and understanding oneness, beings of love. But then we fell. We dropped back down to this place.
Okay, just...
and understanding oneness, beings of love. But then we fell.
This is not how human evolution works, or any evolution works.
We dropped back down to this place called the third dimension. We also fell in consciousness back to zero. We forgot how to use the pineal gland, and it slowly shrunk to the size it is now, like a raisin, where it's
Oh, that's right. The pineal gland calcifies, and that's what closes our third eye. Yep. Okay. All right. I'm familiar with this one. We're back in familiar territory here, folks.
supposed to be eyeball size. When this happened, we forgot how to breathe source energy into our bodies, and our lifespans went kaput. Eventually,
source energy? No explanation on that one? Okay, cool.
Actually, we went from 900 years to what it is today. We had not experienced this dense reality that we had before, at least for a very long time. We were kind of like a super...
This isn't even how Dragon Ball evolution worked.
It's true. Dragon Ball evolution was more coherent, and that's saying something. Alright? Like... Ah, yes, I've played Divinity Original Sin 2. Oh, God.
Computer that gets completely wiped. No operating system or anything. We have these advanced physical bodies, but we didn't know how to use them.
Wait, what is the pineal gland? The pineal gland is like part of your hormonal system, like your endocrine system, and exudes some different hormones in your body. You know, things like melatonin, other stuff like that. Yeah, it's also responsible for your desire to eat paninis.
This is why today we are so physically advanced compared to pretty much all the other animals in this third dimension.
What the fuck does that mean? We're more physically advanced? That's not how evolution works. It's not tiered like that. We are not more physically advanced than these animals. We have more capable mental horsepower. And you know what? I wanted to remind everyone.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
You're all doing great, baby girls and guys. Baby guys. What's this?
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Indeed. I can't play this whole clip. I will get clapped, but it is very funny.
For a time, the survivors of the Atlantean fall, and there were a few, were literally hairy barbarians. We even had to rediscover fire. The reason we're having such a hard time finding evidence of Atlantis is because for the most part, the events of Atlantis took place on a much higher dimension than our physical Earth exists on right now.
Oh shit! That is such a convenient excuse for why there are no... there's no evidence. All the evidence is on higher dimensions, chat. That explains everything.
Of course!
Everything I've drawn of Atlantis can't be taken as that's what it looked like, because it didn't. This landmass did physically exist, but the Atlanteans were not inhabiting that dimension of its existence. If the warship hadn't been protected by the Merkaba...
Yeah, guys, there's no evidence of the Atlantean cities because all of the cities were built in the higher dimensions. Duh!
The Nicals would have lost their memories. They retained their memories when the Earth came out of the void and began their work once more. Thoth and 1/3 of the Nicals went to the Island of the Sun in Bolivia. Aragot and 1/3 went to Tibet, and Ra and the remaining third went to Egypt, where they waited. Now, we're going to begin bridging the gaps between this story and our current history. In between the fall of Atlantis and the dawn...
Oh boy, I'm ready to just... I'm ready to lose it. This is difficult.
One of our first civilizations, who were the Egyptians and the Sumerians, there was a 6,500-year gap between them. What was happening to us in that time? We have to look at this precession chart again. This is where we fell in consciousness, point C, and this was our falling asleep phase too. Thoth, Ra, and the Ascended Masters were waiting until point D. They had to wait for humans to just evolve themselves over a 6,500-year time period until they were advanced enough to actually receive this new information that they were going to provide. Sometime in here was when the flood of Noah occurred. Because of the pole shift, the Earth went through an ice age. This is scientific fact. When the ice melted, it would have...
I forgot, Christianity and all other religions are simultaneously true. I forgot about that.
...caused massive flooding. DNA is the physical manifestation of who you are. It is your soul's physical aspect.
What?
Space!
What we are seeing in DNA is changes in the codons. There's 64 possible codons in DNA, and humans only have about 22 or so. What we're finding is that there are 6 more codons being activated within these children, and they are choosing 2 of the 6. These kids are what we call indigo and crystal children, and probably the super psychic.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we got the indigo and crystal children. Let's go! Of course! Of course!
As well. Now, this is a chromosome. Basically, what this is lots and lots of DNA wrapped into this weird H-like shape. This is located in every cell, and is part of your body of consciousness. What Thoth tells us is that every level of consciousness seen here not only has its own consciousness grid, but its chromosome change as well. The second level, where we are now, has 44 and 2 chromosomes. To any scientist, this is basic biology. The first level, however, has 42 and 2, and this third level has 46 and 2.
Of course!
The fourth and fifth have 48 and 2 and 50 and 2, respectively. The primary physically visible difference between these DNA in all life is height. The first...
Oh shit, chat, we are getting to giants. We made it. We made it all the way to giants. We about to learn some giant lore.
The first level has an average height of 4 to 6 feet tall. The second level, us, has an average height of 5 to 7 feet. Third are about 10 to 16 feet, which we are about to translate to. Fourth is 30 to 35 feet, and the last is 50 to 60. You may remember a being
50 to 60 feet tall
named Metatron, the Hebrew archangel who is the perfection of what humanity is to become. He was 55 feet tall, that guy. The last 2 heights are far in the distant future for us, though.
That was some weird shit.
This is a place in Egypt today called Abu Simbel. The first thing you notice is that these statues...
Oh, yeah, nah, these were, they had the giants pose for these.
Statues are huge, but with the information about the DNA, this paints a different picture. These beings would be in the 60-foot range if they were to stand. They were at the 5th level of consciousness. These beings on a different wall are...
Nah, it couldn't be that, like, human beings like making pictures of things really big. No, it has to be that there were giant people.
35 feet tall. 4th level of consciousness. Here are some 3rd levels as well. Archaeologists saw this and thought that it meant that the man was just much more important than the woman, when in actuality, the kings of Egypt had 5 different names, one for every level of consciousness. Some of the kings were even able to translate into different dimensions, and that's how they guided the population with the power of the god.
Also, look, okay, I know that all of this sounds really crazy, you know, I understand, but also, it does beg some pretty interesting questions, chat. For example, like, what happens?
If Metatron is the peak of our development, then we might as well cancel the internet now.
Well done, Sake. I appreciate that a lot. But okay, if all statues of giant guys are based on real giant guys, then I want this cult leader to explain this image, all right? Are we not to ascertain from this image that this is based on a real giant Gundam, this statue? If so, world leaders need to present that to me yesterday. I've cracked the code. You have 48 hours to let me know before this all goes public.
In Egypt, according to today's top...
That's just a giant in a suit? You know, giants gotta make a living somehow in capitalism.
Archaeologists and researchers, the Egyptians and Sumerians both began their civilizations right around the same time from each other, within a few hundred years or so.
Get in the robot, Metatron.
Both of these civilizations emerged out of nowhere with perfect writing abilities.
If no giants, why Statue of Liberty have big butt? Exactly! If no giants, then how do we explain the Statue of Liberty? If no giants, how do we explain the faces on Mount Rushmore? If no giants, how do we explain novelty amusement parks
that were not improved upon since? When they first emerged, they were extremely sophisticated and clear, and slowly degenerated over generations. No archaeologist can explain how this happened or explain how it could have happened. They placed Egypt and Sumer into a special classification called stair-step evolution. What happened was, one day, Egypt got its language, full and complete. Then the knowledge leveled off. And then it got another massive leap a little while later. Then suddenly, they knew everything about water and moat systems just perfect. Then...
That's not how this happened.
A little time later, bam, they're masters of hydraulics. How did Egypt and Sumer do this? Well, this is what Thoth said. When we were evolving on our own for 6,500 years,
I mean, like, this is like saying, boom, suddenly we had cars that they were all figured out, and it's like, no, actually, it took a while. It took a lot of trial and error. It took a lot of research. You know, things that they were also doing in the ancient world.
And the Ascended Masters were waiting in an underground city beneath the Great Pyramid. We'll come back to this in a bit. Thoth's son Tat formed a group called the Tat Brotherhood, which is a secret group that still exists today as protectors.
Oh, okay, cool. They're good guys, though? Sweet.
And keepers of the sacred temples. Today, they're still connected to the Ascended Masters. So about 6,000 years ago, some members of the Tat Brotherhood would wait until they would meet someone who could understand what they were going to teach them. When they found someone, they would just tune their frequencies to the 3rd dimension and walk up and tell them information flat out. They said, hey, if you do this and this happens. The Egyptians would say, wow, look at that. Then they would go underground, wait another little while, and repeat the process. Over a short period of time, the Egyptian and Sumerian evolution...
Yeah, nah, ancient Egyptians couldn't figure that shit out on their own. They had to be told that by a space alien. Yeah, okay.
Shot up in stair steps. As for the Sumerians, they also received a more detailed story by those who were assisting them. They described to the Sumerians in all of the details they remembered. They said, this is the history of the planet, write it down. The Sumerians knew about the precession of the equinox because they were told it by the Nacals from Atlantis. After this stair-step period, we began to fall asleep further. Things got worse once more. It was our falling sleep stage of precession, and although the Nacals had given us a boost, we were consciously dozing off. On that note, it's time for the story about the city under the pyramid. Keep an open mind about this because...
Oh, the city under the pyramid. You mean Neon Genesis Evangelion. Okay.
There is very little proof for what I'm about to say. For over 40 years, Drunvalo Melchizedek has been studying human consciousness through sacred geometry and spiritual teachers and masters all over the world. In 1996, he was contacted by a source in Egypt who said that something incredible had been discovered. A stone stele came out of the ground between the paws of the Sphinx into the daylight. They removed it and dug into the earth beneath the Sphinx. There they found a room with 3 tunnels leading off of it. One of the tunnels, which went to the Great Pyramid, had another tunnel coming off it, and it was shielded by a wall of light. Bullets could not pass through this field, and people could not even get close.
Why were they trying to shoot it? Why are they trying to shoot it with guns?
Close to it without feeling like they're going to die. The Egyptian government found a particular person who could turn off this field. They also had brought in Paramount Studios to film it, as they had filmed the opening of King Tut's tomb. They had a good relationship with Egypt. The government wanted several $1 million from Paramount, but at the last minute they asked for an extra $1.5 million under the table. Paramount was outraged and they backed off. Things were silent for about 3 months. Then, Drunvalo heard from a source again who was involved in all this, who said that 3 men shut off the light field and went inside. They found themselves inside a very large building that went on for miles underground, which was really the edge of a giant underground city, which was really just one giant building. Then, a little while later, an Egyptian archaeologist named Larry Hunter began describing the same thing, but more detailed. He said that the city was 6.5 by 8 miles wide and 12 stories deep, and the city was outlined by specific temples in Egypt. The 3 pyramids are lined up with...
Now, we could, of course, take you down into those tunnels, but mysteriously they all appear to have vanished.
With Orion's belt. But there are also small temples for every other star in the constellation. Those temples map out the city underground and are made out of a special stone not found anywhere else in Egypt called koinon.
I feel like we are like half a beat away from like hollow earth theory. Like we're about to find out like about like the 5 civilizations that live within the hollow earth. One way you can enter is by the hole between the Great Sphinx's feet.
Stone. Incredibly enough, very recently, ancient...
Yeah, where are the Morlocks, exactly?
Ancient tunnels were found in Romania that led to both Egypt and the inner earth. Now, I don't have time to go into...
So I was joking. I didn't think I would be instantly vindicated. I did not expect to be instantly vindicated like that. Yeah, but as we've learned, chat, being a dumbass and just saying things, when you're right, it proves your prophetic abilities. Yeah, I might be one of the Indigo children.
To detail about this particular story, but if you want, check out the book Transylvanian Sunrise by Radu Sinamar. To be clear, this is a theory that has not been accepted by the Egyptian government, but the underground city that Thoth said was there is, according to Mr. Hunter, marked by temples made of a unique substance, and the temples match the star pattern of the constellation of Orion. 4,000 years after the stair-step evolution, we were at our lowest stage of our evolution. We were hitting bottom on the awareness road. Suddenly, out of the darkness, 3 men came to Earth to give us a little nudge. Everything in ancient Egypt...
Oh no...
was synthetic. They had this entire civilization based around achieving heightened states of consciousness, but they had to do it through...
I'm sorry, wait. I just realized, in this guy's worldview, having a heightened state of consciousness literally means having height. The taller you are, the higher your state of consciousness. He even outright said that. You get more chromosomes, which means you have more height. Oh god, it's so stupid.
Through tools. Now, we're not going to look at each of these tools individually, but let me give you a brief overview here. This tool was used for transferring vibrations into the body. Along with that were the hook and flail. This little device was a kind of generator to increase vibrations, though there's not too much information available on it. This thing, however, was their most important tool. The Ankh. They saw the Ankh as the secret to eternal life, and they used it not as a physical tool, but as an energetic one. They would use this form and Ankh their sexual energy. Now, this could be a huge topic on its own, like how energy travels up and down the body through a vertical tube between 5 energy channels that counter-rotate as they extend through the body, but basically...
I'm sorry, I thought the energy traveled up the body in the form of the energy serpent. What's this bullshit? What happened to the energy serpent? I don't like these newfangled ideas. Give me back my energy serpent.
Sexual energy is an incredibly powerful energy. We definitely abuse it today, but what the Egyptians knew was that when you had an orgasm, a very large amount of energy bursts from your root chakra all the...
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level.
way up your spine to the top of your head, and then it gets released. What the Egyptians would do was when the spiral of energy hit their heart chakra, they would onk the energy out of the back of their body and over their head and back into their body, where they would keep the energy and retain a massive energy boost. In other words, if you take a tuning fork and hit it, it will reverberate for a certain amount of time. Then, if you attach an onk on top of it and hit it again, it will reverberate at least 3 times longer.
I masturbate to meditation.
The Egyptians were doing this with their bodies. Moving on, when Atlantis was first formed, the Nacals set up something called a mystery school. This is a special type of school where you learn about—
What did that have to do with anything? It didn't even have anything to do with what he was talking about. He just offered all of the Egyptian orgasm information you could ever need. Okay. All right.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Consciousness, and you learn different aspects of expanding your own consciousness and eventually getting to a place where you become immortal. It usually took a very long time to achieve this state, and that's why there were only about 1,000 Nacals in comparison to the millions of Lemurians at the start of Atlantis. The first Atlantean to reach the immortal state was a man named Osiris. Ancient Egypt's mythology tells a story about Osiris, a man who was killed and cut up into pieces by his brother in an act of rage, and then the pieces were scattered. This event, perhaps less exaggerated than the myths, actually did happen, and it took place on Atlantis. Osiris's wife and sister retrieved the pieces, and upon returning the final piece, they restored the creative energy flow and brought his spirit back into the body. Through doing this, Osiris became immortal, and he was the first immortal of Atlantis. This story is told throughout ancient Egypt on many temple walls, and I'm going to show you why. Osiris went through the 3 stages of consciousness. The first one was whole,
getting bigger each time.
The second was separated from itself, included physically, and the third was whole again. The Nacals used Osiris's understanding of how he became immortal as a template for how others could do it as well, only through
I'm sorry.
Osiris's understanding of how he became immortal as a
Osiris gene plan. Okay.
Template for how others could do it as well, only through consciousness, without needing to be cut up, of course. This eventually became what we would call the religion of Atlantis, but it was more of a deeper understanding that they were following. This template was also used in Egypt, which we will look at now. Through this stair-step evolution, we began to change from the first level of consciousness.
Have you inked yourself today? Post on clarity leads to massive spiritual and mental boosts.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Into the second. Before the fall, we had incredible memories. It wasn't this vague recollection that we have now, but today we might see it as full-tilt 3D holographic memory. After the fall, we still have—
I'm sorry, what the fuck does that mean? Please elaborate. Hello, Dark Realm. Hope you're having a lovely day.
Had a photographic memory and could share these experiences with each other, which is called dream time. It is what the
time to do some dream time at you.
Aborigines of Australia still have today. Through the introduction of writing, however, we began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second. We lost our incredible memories and became very separate from each other and ourselves. Thoth was the one who introduced writing, and if you look at ancient Egyptian culture, it even says, Thoth brought writing to us, as well as many other things. Now that we were in the second level, over time, things began to change, and a very serious problem developed, which if it hadn't been solved, it would have caused a major catastrophe in our own near future. Basically, in Egypt, the Ascended Masters had used Osiris's genetic coding of changing chromosomes to show others the path of ascension. They developed a system of 42 and 2 gods, with a lowercase g. They were actually called Neiters. Most will recognize this one. His name was Anubis. There were 42 and 2 Neiters who were representative of human chromosomes. Each one of them showed a specific pathway of life or human experience, and people would follow these understandings to learn more about their life or their own reality. The problem developed when both Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt became more separated from themselves, and the meanings of these Neiters were lost. Over time, the drawings of these Neiters changed, and the meanings changed with them. People had no idea what they meant. Then it got worse, when the Egyptian king—
Those stupid, backwards Egyptians getting confused. When they were given very clear instructions by these space alien gods.
Menes merged Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt into a unified country. Menes also
called Uplow Egypt.
Also merged the belief systems, so now you had 88 gods that people were fighting over to decide who was really God. This was an issue because now they had people not knowing what to believe, completely lost, separated from their understanding of their own divinity and God. Things became separated further, people fought over which gods were really gods. Today, we look back and say, wow, they thought there were so many gods, when really, this wasn't the case at all. Even with the help from the Tat Brotherhood, we just couldn't get it right. There was one short period of Egyptian culture that most historians don't really understand.
Yeah, the little alien part of Egyptian history.
As it's written in ancient texts and hieroglyphs, for 17.5 years, there was a bizarre new ruler that completely changed how Egypt was run. And his name was Akhenaten. Before him, there were only kings. Akhenaten was the first pharaoh, which meant that which you will become. He was also, believe it or not, 15 to 16 feet tall. At least that's how he was always depicted, and
Yeah, because statues are only ever made to life size. You can't make statues bigger than how people actually are. Everyone knows that.
Had an elongated skull. Both of these aspects are related to Christ consciousness. Akhenaten abolished all previous understandings of God and tried to instill a one God understanding in everyone. After 17 years...
That part's true. Akhenaten tried to establish Aten as the one true God.
The majority of Egyptians revolted and Akhenaten was killed, soon to be replaced by someone else, returning to the old system. What actually happened? To correct the problem, Thoth got the help from Ai and Tia, who were the first immortals from Lemuria, and got them to mate interdimensionally to conceive a Christ consciousness being.
I masturbate to meditation.
Thoth said that he worked with the previous kings of Egypt to help achieve...
I'm getting a lot of mileage out of these Steven Crowder sound bites.
And Egyptologists find that Akhenaten came...
Hey Jack, what the fuck is Christ consciousness? You know, honestly, it's just Dave Rubin high-level ideas. High-level ideas?
Completely out of nowhere. It took some time, and there was a transitional period involving Amenhotep III, but soon Akhenaten was on the throne. Akhenaten used his time to bring Egypt back to a simple religion where there was one God, one reality. He used imagery of a sun disk to represent this. The priests in Egypt didn't like that because the religious beliefs were centered on the priests. Then he comes along and says, you don't need priests, God is within you, and you can access God from within your own selves. Well, they didn't like that. He also pulled the military back and said, don't attack unless someone else attacks first. The military didn't like him either. Plus, the people generally didn't like him, because they enjoyed worshipping their many gods. Eventually, they disposed of him. After all that, what did Akhenaten do that evidently saved humankind? Well, he developed a mystery school, with the intention of showing a small group of humans a way to ascend into the immortal state.
I remember Mystery School. That was a show on PBS. They had a lady with red hair flying around, doing like Fantastic Voyage shit inside of bodies. All right. Cue Magic School Bus footage of a booty hole.
What's that? Girl, that's a booty hole.
Usually, it took hundreds of years to reach the level of immortality, and Akhenaten had 17 years to produce results. This was a very close call, but he did it. He actually showed 300 individuals the path to immortality in this short time. So after the general population disposed of...
Yeah, Miss Frizzle was actually Thoth. A lot of people don't realize that. They get distracted by the red hair.
Akhenaten, these 300 immortals would go beyond Egypt. Thoth wrote in the Emerald Tablets that after ancient Egypt ended, he brought a man...
Just the cartoon slurping noises are deeply funny to me in that clip. Like, it's just very funny.
...named Pythagoras into the Great Pyramid and taught him the geometry of the universe.
In Atlantis. Straight up anking it. And by it, haha, well. Let's just say. My Akhenaten.
I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained.
That man then went on to found Greece, which was originally built upon schools for teaching geometry and the Platonic solids and all of that stuff. Thoth lived a lifetime here as well, where he was known as Hermes Trismegistus. Akhenaten's immortals became a...
Hermes Trismegistus. Looks like we are now officially crossing over with El Cantare universe, the happy science religion. Finally, our two insane cults can become one.
Group called the Essene Brotherhood. They first migrated to a place called Masada in Israel. Even today, Masada is known as the capital of the Essene Brotherhood. Now get this. In this brotherhood, there were two people in particular, a man and a woman. You might have heard of them. Mary and Joseph? See, it was part of the Ascended Master's plan that they would bring in a being who would show the pathway to Christ consciousness. He would come to Earth as a second-level being, a regular Joe, and achieve Christ consciousness through the course of his life. Then, the ascension process, the transitional experience from the second to third level, would go into the consciousness grid that was still being formed. He was able to transition because he was originally from these higher levels.
Guys, I gotta be honest, I'm getting a little bit lost in the weeds here. But I guess we're just talking about the way Christ was able to ascend all dimensions or some shit. All right.
That man is known today as Jesus, although his name at that time was Yahshua ben Hur. If Yahshua had not shown up,
Jesus is transdimensional.
We would not have had that ascension experience available to us today. None of us would be aware that these higher levels of understanding even existed, and we would destroy ourselves. According to what Thoth said, Mary and Joseph mated interdimensionally. Mary could have been a virgin, physically, but she mated with Joseph in a way that would allow a soul from a higher reality to come down to Earth and have a human experience.
Of course, they did sexual meditation.
I masturbate to meditation.
Usually, this is impossible to do otherwise. Through Yahshua's work, he came here just like us, a total human being, but he went through these three important stages: final death, resurrection, and ascension, and gave us these experiences so that we could access them down the road. Now, as we all know, the story of Jesus has a missing piece. He was a child, disappeared for some time, and then showed up again when he was 30. In a book called The 18 Absent Years of Jesus...
This is blasphemy? Oh, it's absolutely full of blasphemy against not just Christianity, a wide variety of different religious beliefs.
Jesus Christ. The leading theories about where he went was actually out east to either the Himalayan or Tibetan mountains, where he became an enlightened guru. He brought his teachings...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Jesus went and became a Tibetan monk and then came back to the Middle East. Okay, yeah, totally.
Back to the world after that. If you remember from part 1, the Kundalini of the planet was residing in Tibet at that time. They were very spiritual.
Pacer Praise, I think you might be getting hit with too many gay particles, because you talk about being gay more than literally anyone here, and we're full of gays.
Adept people living there, and remain so today. Now, on the topic of Christ, there's something else I'd like to bring up. The Lord's Prayer. Today, we know this as the only prayer that Jesus taught, but did you know it's actually a geometric prayer meditation?
Of course!
A man named Bodhi McCoy spent over 20 years working with this prayer and analyzing it with sacred geometry, and has discovered some incredible synchronicities. In his book, Live the Promise, he explains how the original prayer, not the extended version mind you, has 7 segments or thoughts, which align perfectly with the 7 chakras as well as the 7 original branches of yoga. Bodhi teaches how to do this prayer meditation, as well as meditations him and his wife have developed based on the Lord's Prayer, called heart dances. It's really quite incredible to see how it all works with the pure geometries of the universe. If you wish to learn more, check out livethepromise.net. If you study...
I'm good. I don't feel the need to do that.
Christian religion and Egyptian religion, you'll actually find that they parallel in almost every way except for the Egyptians' understanding of God. Most evidence shows that Christian religion came out of Egyptian religion, and then later they went back and discredited the Egyptians. Around 300 AD, there was a council called the Council of Nicaea, which was the syndication between the Roman political and religious authorities.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, we're diving deep, we're getting into the Council of Nicaea, except everyone is evil. Let's go.
Basically, the religious leaders and political leaders realized that they could unite and impose more influence on the people and control society through their unity. It's right around this time that we begin to see the manifestation of the New Testament, which was put together from scriptures and stories, some newer and some much older, which were renewed and superimposed on the life of Yahshua ben Hur, which today we know as Jesus of Nazareth. The term Christ actually stems back from much before the Bible. It comes from the word Christala, which is a word that derives from the original 7 core audible sounds of creation. When the creation of the universe occurred, the original tones were Ka, Ra, Ya, Sa, Ta, Ha, La.
I'm sorry.
The original tones were ka, ra, ya, sa, ta, ha, la.
Final donation from me. This segment is causing massive damage to my desk from every time I slam my head down in a vain attempt to forget what I just heard. Keep on inking.
Yeah, unk it till you monk it, you know? Ank it till you mank it. Also, the Finn Rainbow, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Crystala. You know, it sounds exactly the same as Karayasa Tahala. Very similar when you say them both out loud right next to each other.
Christla actually was broken down on Earth into two words, Christ, which soon became Christ, and Hla, which became Allah, which were
Of course!
We're learning so much. You know, we're just...
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
broken down and changed through oral tradition. The symbol for Atlantis was 3 rings inside of the other. The inside were the Nakals, the middle ring were called Maya, and the outer ring were the Atlanteans. The Maya's job was communicating the messages from the inner circle out to the regular people of Atlantis. When Atlantis sank, the Maya took their knowledge, a crystal skull with memories of Atlantis, and their calendar, and went out to what today is called the Yucatan Peninsula, birthplace of the Mayan civilization. Their calendar is the most advanced, detailed calendar on the planet, and it has its roots in Atlantis. Over the last few hundred years, a group of people have slowly monopolized the...
Guys, I just have to say, like... this is some of the most insane shit I've ever seen anybody say.
...entire world into what it is now. Today, there are 13 families that are among the richest families in the world. They have...
and they're all Martians!
...hands in next to every organization and government, and control over 95% of the money. They control our modern world from the very tippy top. Today, we like to call them the Illuminati, except that's...
Of course!
Of course. Of course it's the fucking Illuminati.
It's not really who they are. The word Illuminati means enlightened ones, which was established long ago as a secret society that was focused around expanding knowledge through scientific and spiritual understandings. Secret societies were not originally bad, but rather consisted of those who just kind of got it. They understood information that the average person at that time would not accept and demonize. These societies had to be kept a secret because of the control that the church had and refuted against what they wanted to explore. This is where Freemasonry originally comes from. If you do the research on the time periods, what probably happened was that the church, who had the majority of the control at the time, probably infiltrated some of these organizations to make sure that they were not creating plans to expose information and destroy the world order that they had created. This...
What the... Alright, okay, we got the Freemasons, we got the Atlanteans. Are the Freemasons secret Atlanteans, or are the Freemasons and Illuminati, are they the Hebrews that came from the future who are also space aliens? Or are they just are they just people? Like what's the deal here? I'm a little bit lost.
Led to the church exposing some of the societies as devil worship and blasphemous, and fear of these groups rose. Over time, many secret societies branched off by those who were corrupt or previously infiltrated by the church, and gained more control through the church and large organizations that were being established. Today, there exist 13 families around the world who pretty much own the world, with over 95% of the money, and a lust for greed, power, and control. More and more information has become present lately that many of these families may have DNA that is different than the rest of the human population.
Gee whiz, I wonder where he's going with this one. Look, probably a JQ coming up here, but also maybe not.
I
'Cause
had
he
no
goes in
idea
weird
trying
directions.
to sue Devin Stone allowed you to own the world.
It's true. And you know what, Sake Tanuki, once you own the world, there's only one place left to go.
Space!
It is speculated that they share DNA that was passed down from the Martian race or other species races. They can...
Oh, okay. It wasn't the space Hebrews from the future. It was just the Martians. that makes it completely unproblematic, I guess.
Contain no love or emotion and are completely power-driven. This brings us to the end of the human history story for spirit science, but of course, it's not really the end. For one, we've only really scratched the surface of discussing many of these topics. Secret societies, for example, would take another 2 or 3 lessons to really get into. Plus, the human history story won't end because we're still living it, and what happens next is ultimately up to you. This story, while seemingly unbelievable and at times outrageous, does explain a lot. Think about it. We've covered the Bermuda Triangle, the face on Mars, Jesus, what the Egyptians were doing.
Yeah, of course, it all makes sense now.
Of course!
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
The rise of Greece. Pretty much most modern religions, the reason we popped up out of nowhere 6,500 years ago, the stair-step evolution of those cultures, and the story of Atlantis, which has been elusive to us at the best of times.
Birds not being real, cats and dogs able to coexist, rain, the Martian terraforming project, the sun's solar aura, it all comes together. It makes so much sense. Cattle farming, industry, ball bearings, the DVD, it all comes together, and what do you get? Joseph Robinette Biden. Checkmate, atheists. We haven't even gotten in to the creation of the White Devils yet.
It also explains the Great Pyramids and their connection to all of the sacred sites on the planet, the Sumerian tablets, the Emerald tablets, Lucifer, and as for the Hebrews, if you read their Talmud...
The rise of Greece? Oh no, not Travolta Scientology.
Go Grease Lightning.
I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained.
It actually seems to suggest that they're not from here. I'm not going to tell you to believe it, but it...
wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got too lost riffing there.
Tablets, the Emerald tablets, Lucifer, and as for the Hebrews, if you read their Talmud, it actually seems to suggest that they're not from here. I'm not going to tell you to believe it.
Yeah, yeah. If you read the Talmud, it reveals that Jewish people are aliens. What the fuck?
But it definitely puts some perspective on many questions and aspects about the world, which we generally just don't have conclusive answers to. Take it with a grain of salt, though. After all, it is just a theory.
A game theory. It's just... Look, guys, it's just a theory, so if I'm wrong, no sweat. God. We did it. We made it through. We came out the other side. We've been changed profoundly and thoroughly. I am a true believer in flat earth theory, but I get ridiculed everywhere. I've studied the theory for years. Man, just fucking buy a plane ticket. Like, you've spent years of your life studying flat earth? Just go buy a plane ticket. For the love of God. Or, like, I don't know, like charter a blimp to the North Pole or something. I don't know. I would just encourage you to maybe poke and prod at the ideas that would need to be true if flat earth was true. Like, if the world was flat and all of the world governments knew that and were collaborating to prevent knowledge of that from getting out, the number of people who would know that the earth is really flat would be colossal. The number of people who would have to be in on it would be like the entire like that movie, The Truman Show. You would have to be like the only person that everyone else was dedicating their lives to tricking on this one issue, and that's just incredibly unlikely. So anyway, folks, what did we learn today? What we learned today is that diving in and just wholeheartedly giving yourself over to any kind of esoteric belief system that is just picking and choosing from across the world's religions invariably leaves you with, I guess, like a metastasized psychosis. That's what this comes across to as like to me. Like, this seems like a concentrated ball of absolute horse shit, and literally all of the sourcing for this is terrible and bunk and was out of date even when this video was put out there. And none of this makes your life better. Like, if you watch something like this and you find like a bit of hope, or like, you know, you're like, oh yeah, that sounds like maybe it could be true, go find a different thing. Like, hope is not derived out of like crazy nonsense number association or word associations. It's not derived from like some spiritual leader pulling some cosmic truth out of their ass. It's derived from working in community with others to do better and improve yourself. That's it. Hope is not something that spontaneously occurs. It's not something that like other people give you as a gift. It's something you work at and develop. Something you make. Like, doing the work of self-improvement, it's hard, but like, you can do it. You don't need to find it in hollow ass grifters who are looking to take all of your life savings until you have nothing left to give. And at the end of the day, they will leave you poorer, both mentally and financially. Stop it. So anyway, got anything out of this? Leave a like, subscribe, comment. Comments longer than 8 words, really helping the algorithm. Tell me what you would like to see. No, I was about to say, tell me what part of the world outside of the Arctic ice wall you want to see. But you know, that could be fun. Actually, do tell me that. What do you think goes on out there in silly Flatland? Anyway, and do the like, comment, subscribe. I already said that. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, because you gotta out-organize these psychos. Alright? Full stop. Do it. We can help you. Join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. We want to get folks organized in their local political groups so that we can get to work building power. Because when we work together, that is where we thrive as a species. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It's non-tucking lingerie, and it's sexy as hell. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Woof. How we doing, folks? Spamcom Cat, anything that is a segment usually goes up on the YouTube, so don't worry about it. We survived it. It's true. We did. But you know, we're all left with a little something inside of us.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Sorry. You all have God-shaped holes now. The only way to do it is, the only way to fill it is to unleash your clown chakras. I had to do it to you. I had to do it to you.
That was some weird shit.
You're perfect for my insomnia, and by perfect, I mean I'm not going to sleep, but at least I can watch your stream. Hell yeah! Whew, tired after that? You should be. Folks, we've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, remember, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, click the goddamn button, and consider supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Nocturnal, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click hell yeah. All right, folks. I have been going nonstop for the past 14 hours or so. I am going to close out today's program, and tomorrow I will be back. But also tomorrow is another sprint day for me. So we're gonna be going nonstop through this week. Is that you in the song? It is me in the song. Jazz Dog sampled me for that song. Jack, you need sleep. Oh my god, I do. I'm really exhausted. But I appreciate all y'all. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for watching, and I will be back tomorrow. Bye, y'all. Goodbye. Do 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 boom.